Good morning, delegates. I cannot hear you. Seems we haven't had a breakfast. Good morning, delegates. That's better. We're about to begin our day 2 of the Tanzania Cyber Security Forum. The day 2 is going to be filled with a lot of presentation and discussion, and some few panel discussion as well. Before we begin, I would like to note special presence from the Director General of Personal Data Protection of Tanzania, Dr. Emmanuel Mkilia. Much welcome. He's here with us today. Thank you so much. Your participation underscores the importance of data governance and protection in shaping the Tanzania secure digital future. Karibu sana, Doctor. Our first presentation, the topic is about topic 3, safeguarding the cyberspace in the era of emerging technology. And our first presentation is from Captain AJ Davidas Prudence, the co-founder of Fronzi Network and founder of Cyber NGO. He's not here, but he'll be presenting virtually. But we're having some few technical glitch. We are trying to make sure he's available online. Yeah, today we shift the focus to advancing the resilience of key sectors and safeguarding cyberspace in the era of emerging technology. I believe the conversation are critical as we navigate an increasing complex digital environment where innovation and threats evolve hand in hand. So I believe Captain AJ Davidas is ready to deliver his presentation, and then afterward we'll have a discussion. We'll continue with discussion. Apologize, there's a few technical glitch we are trying to resolve. Very soon we'll resume. apologize due to technical glitch of the first presenter. He's away and he wanted to present virtually. So we're gonna move from presentation number 6 to presentation number 7. And the presenter is the Director General of Personal Data Protection, Dr. Emmanuel Mkilia, and he will be presenting strengthening cybersecurity through personal data protection compliance practice, looking at the best practice and role of CICOs. I would like to welcome Dr. Emmanuel Mkilia to the podium for his presentation. A round of applause to Dr. Mkilia, please.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Dr. Emmanuel Mkilia, the Director General to Personal Data Protection. And my presentation will be on the strengthening cybersecurity through personal data protection, best practice and roles of information security officials. We have two important things here. The first thing is the cybersecurity itself, but the second is on the issues related to personal data protection. And very importantly, when we talk about cybersecurity, it can be looked in the technical perspective, It can be looked on the technical perspective, on how we get the infrastructure being secured by design and by default, but also we can look on the issues related to administrative, by having all those issues related to documentations, policies, and whatever. But also we can benchmark from the ITU perspective from which the cybersecurity index can be measured. But very importantly, if we talk about the Tanzanian perspective, very importantly we can look on how the security is designed on the based to technological stack of the country, and the way we are moving forward to make sure that we have a very secured cyber security space. So, it doesn't work. Yeah. Here we are. You can see the way Tanzanians have been moving towards technological development. Very importantly, we started from the digitization. In the digitization, it was just automation of the manual documents to digital, and that's where we established the e-government agency. So that process was done, and well done. And then we came up with the GovESB, and some of the system was developed through that when it was at infant stage. And we looked on the policies, legal and regulatory framework was also developed. Then from there to where we are today, we are talking about digitalization. In digitalization, what we are talking about is integrations of systems which embrace the issues related to data sharing, but also with security in it. It's where we are building the cyberspace to be more secured. Then we have the concept of Jamii stack, or we can call it Jamii exchange. The Jamii exchange is built to make sure that the security is first priority, in the sense that we have the data is shared through a secure server. It's point-to-point, peer-to-peer. So the information will be exchanged in that platform and will be in a secured environment. We have the digital public infrastructure, we have the sectoral platform, and we have a lot of things are going on. But what we are doing now is onboarding all the sectoral and all the system all together so that we can have the data sharing. And very importantly, as we are talking now, we have more than 850 systems exchanging on that platform, considering the security is in place. From there, we went to digital transformation. The digital transformation is the connection of the data sharing, but also having the data centers. So if the information is exchanged through one platform, that entails this information will be also saved through our data center. And if it is saved through our data center, then we encourage what we call data localization. And we can talk about the foundational services from which we have the digital identity. And then from there, we have the services through the data sharing ecosystem. And then from there, if we have our own data center, that entails the data will be stored within the country. And we can encourage the data localization. And if that infrastructure is done that way, it means that we minimize the possibility of cybersecurity breach. And we have the secured environment. Before we talked from the individual perspective and the way we can make sure that if the environment is secured, then we are good. So by last year, according to ITU and the way we were measured, we had 90% of cybersecurity index, the preparedness. So we had, it is measured that we have medium, we have poor, medium, and higher. But by introduction of the personal data protection, then we moved to 99.26, because that was also ensuring the security. At the end, when we are talking about technological transformation, innovation, and invention, it is geared toward saving an individual. And if we are talking about an individual, this entails that all the technology should also protect the sensitive information of an individual. So by just having the personal data protection, this was entailing that we moved to 99.9, and we are among of the 46 countries in the world which are operating in the Tier 1 for the security. So that entails that we have a very good and secured environment so far. But when we talk about the technology, we talk about three important areas. We talk about technology itself, we talk about people, and we talk about process. But the weak point have been people. And that's why we need to keep on looking on the issues related to personal data protection. So as we are moving today, the target is from public administration to personal governance. How? We can have the personal data governance, the personal governance, by entailing the entire infrastructure that we are talking about, but from the foundational services, then we will have the consent management system, which is currently being developed. And at the end, we will have the Jamii portal, which will entail that every individual can be able to know how the data was exchanged, and can be the consent concept can be onboarded on it. And then we can have a very good environment as far as security is concerned. So when we talk about cybersecurity and data protection, first of all, cybersecurity involves protecting system, network, and the data from digital attack. So this is, when we are protecting it, we can talk about having technically well-developed infrastructure which look also the issues related to protection of network and data from digital attack. But we also need issues like policies, guidelines, and all that to make sure that we can do it. So we can talk about administrative, and also we can talk about technical, which includes issues like firewalls and all that. But when we talk about personal data protection, this ensures that the sensitive user information is protected. And again, you can see the Personal Data Protection Commission was established through the Constitution of the Tanzania, Article 16, subsection 1 and subsection 2. But it is established, it is also well explained in the manifesto of the ruling party. And that's why we established the law as well to reinforce that. But why do we have personal data protection? We can look at it in different perspectives, and this is really very important to understand. First of all, is through protecting the privacy, the data subject. You know, in all the designs and all the investment which can be done in the technological transformation, the target is the data subject. And the data subject becomes the victim because it's the inferior on the entire infrastructure. And that's why we are protecting the data subject. So if we look on that, so it is about the human rights. Human rights, about this person. But again, it's about the technological design. The technological design, that's why we are encouraging to make sure that every system which can be developed should consider the privacy by design and privacy by default. And at the same time, should consider security by design and security by default. And that's where we are talking about cybersecurity. And from there, also we look at on the international relationship. Because if at all we have this law, it means we can have cooperations with different countries. It can reduce the investment cost. For example, let's say one bank is investing in Tanzania and investing in another country. If we don't have personal data protection, it entails that on the other country also you have to build the data centers and all that. But with this having the personal data protection, it means all the issues related to privacy will be protected in all these different countries. And therefore, the investment cost will be reduced because you can have a single data center here and it can operate in all East African countries. And then you can look at it from the East African perspective, in SADC countries, in Africa, and that's why we have the Malabo Convention and all this kind of thing. But also, we can look at also in issues related to geopolitics. That's why we embrace issues like GDPR and all that. So it reduces that cost. But also, by having this, it has very important impact towards the transformation that we are talking today about the digital economy. In digital economy, the corner of it is the trust, and the trust comes from the individual, and the individual is not considered as a product. Instead, is considered as a human being with the feeling. And if we are talking about digital economy, it means no matter how much we become creative and thinking about this transformation we are talking about. And if we don't have trust, then it's next to nothing. It will be in vain. Therefore, by having the Personal Data Protection Act and creating it, looking on the compliance perspective of the act itself, it gives power to show that the privacy is well considered on the entire design of the technological stack. But again, it is about transforming it on how can we enforce it by using the technology. And that's why we are talking about the concept of consent management system and the Jamii portal. So that builds the trust for an individual. You can just ask yourself, for example, even today, when we are transforming this trust, we have almost all the financial services through our smartphone. But still, people cannot be well convinced to pay all their bills through this platform. Sometimes they will feel like they want to go and queue to the bank just to minimize the risk of becoming victim. So if we have that trust, it means the digital inclusion will be increased because people will trust the technology and also will become more efficient, and also the digital economy will be realized. So personal data protection ensures that the sensitive user information remains secured. At the same time, compliance regulations are critical to maintain trust and security. So on the security perspective, we'll be talking about cybersecurity, and the trust is about the personal data protection and the user information being protected in that sense. Then why personal data protection matters? The most important thing is to prevent data breach and cyber threat. You know, if you have a very secure environment, you can be able to detect the threat before it happens. Very importantly, in the security thinking, we talk about proactiveness instead of being reactive. Proactiveness, it means about preparedness. How did you create your environment to be very secured, and then you can detect threats before it happens? That's the sense of security. But reactiveness, it means you are taken by events, and then at the end you try to mitigate that impact which will be created by not having the preparedness. So preventing data breach and cyber threats, it means how proactive are we? How can we detect the threats before it happens? And that should be both by design and both by default. And to maintain compliance with legal and regulatory requirement. As a personal data protection, first of all, today, what we are talking about is about registrations of all the institutions, private and the public, to the database and get the certificate for the personal data protection. And this is very important in the technological ecosystem, because through that, it's where this system can exchange information and we can have the data interoperability. But second, after registrations, this number will be used also in the exchange, from where you can create the metadata for an individual to show their consent for their information to be used. So that will be the compliance issue. But next to registration and getting on board for the ecosystems on the data sharing, but again, by having the issue of compliance, we can have the compliance audit to all the institutions, public and private sector, to ensure that they are compliant. And this entails, how did they conduct the personal data impact assessment? What are, say, privacy policies they've written? How do they comply to the law? Because here, as a Personal Data Protection Commission, we are not protecting the information, or we are not protecting the data for every sector and whatever. But what we are talking about is to compile all the sector which have this information according to the service that they offer to make sure that they are compliant to the law. But we are protecting the data subject to see that the data subject, every individual remains secured within the digital environment. So that's very important. Also, we protect customer trust and the brand reputation. Enforce the consent, the general data protection regulation for the European countries. This kind of how these things will be operating. Because it's very important here we have the, we could be thinking about the balance between the trusty business and security. Because too much security is also can impede the efficiency of operation of the digital transformation. And very low security, it will distract the trust of the people because they cannot trust all that. So the personal data protection is considering that, talking about the country, and when we are talking about the cross-border data, is to have the data localization. And how can we have the data localization? We build this infrastructure, but the foundational service will be where the data is localized. And through the data sharing ecosystem, it means when it comes to the issue of identification of an individual, it will be just confirming from the foundational services which are originally responsible for data and the identification of an individual. And that is national identity, we call it NIDA, RITA, and immigration. So this data will be localized. For example, if a bank wants to open an account for an individual, what will be required there is from the foundational services, whether this is Tanzanians or not Tanzanians, and whether this information tallies. Then from there, the bank will create its information from an individual in order to save that individual. There is no movement of data from the foundational service going to that place. And that will entail the issues related to data minimization. And in the same tune, when we are talking about the data sharing platform, we came that the data localization is managed, data governance through the cross-border data transfer will be also maintained, but in the same tune, we talk about the data sovereignty. The data sovereignty, it will show that where the data was originated, and through that we can be able, and as a Personal Data Protection Commission, we'll be able to see the data traffic, and we can see why this data was this data transferred in a secured way or was not transferred in a secure way. That's what entails when we talk about Personal Data Protection Act. The GDPR is very popular. The General Data Protection Regulation for European regulations on data privacy. But we have the CCPA, California's Consumer Privacy. And on the issues of security, we remember the ISO 27001, International Standard for Information Security, which produced the framework wherever we want to develop the information security policy and whatever, so you can benchmark to this, so that because it explains all the areas that need to be protected. But also we have the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, which protects the healthcare insurance. Currently, we are working with Health Wallet. The Health Wallet also is a part of the Jamii portal, from which all the information about your health can be, you can access it through your phone and all that. For example, if you have the medication from hospital A and all the checkup and all that kind of thing, then you don't need to go and recheck again when you want to be treated on another hospital. So at least you will have all the health information before you are treated, the history matters a lot before the doctor gives you the new prescription. So currently the team is working also on the health wallet. So there is a very important difference between how the personal data protection in Tanzania is, how the personal data protection in Kenya is, how the GDPR believes, and how this American personal data protection is. We have two categories. The first category, we can talk on liberal and protective. For example, in America, they would like to see all the data are shared, liberal. So even the activists and all these kind of donors and whatever will come in the same tune. But indeed, it's very important to adhere to our own personal data protection, and that's why even if we develop the training for the data protection officers, should be under our law, because they are not similar. There is nothing like I am international data protection officer, because every country looks on their own values, core values, and culture and all that, to have their own personal data protection, which protect their people and their own technological transformation and all that. So then when we are talking about the personal data protection, then we can get back to roles and responsibilities of information security officer. These we talk about the Chief Information Security Officer, we call CISO. This is about overseeing the security strategy. And when we are overseeing the security strategy, it can be on the technological perspective, as I talked about, how the infrastructure is built to ensure that it is secured. That's one. What kinds of the documentation have been in place to ensure that administratively there is control of the security. And this is about the part of the people. But also we look on how the privacy is in their systems. And that should be the privacy by design and privacy by default. And how do we look at on the Chief Information Security Officer? It's about the compliance issue. Is the organization registered under the Personal Data Protection Commission? Is the institution have all the system considering the privacy and security by design and by default? Is the institutions have all the important documentations about the business process to ensure that it is compliant? This including things like compliance policy, things like privacy policy in other case, data protection impact assessment, and other documents which are being actually developed by the personal data protection as a template to have in place. Because this also becomes an audit checklist. When we want to do the system audit, we will need also to see those documentation in place, and indeed the organization is aware of the issue related to privacy. Also, another role is to have the data protection officer who ensures the compliance with the data regulation. According to the law, it is required that every institution to appoint one of the data protection officer who will be the liaison to the personal data protection wherever anything is required through that. But also we need to have the IT security analyst who is responsible for monitoring threats and vulnerability. I think these are the very important people that we should have in the organization to ensure the issue of security, cyber security in place in the organization. But also we should have the legal and compliance terms to ensure adherence to laws and policies. Okay? there is a lot of challenges today when we are talking about the cybersecurity and the personal data protection as well. We can be very good in the infrastructure, very secured, very strong in terms of, according to ITU, Cybersecurity Index, but also we can have a very secured in a software perspective. We have firewalls and all that, and also can be very secured on the term of compliance, but still we have some challenges. For example, today, if we talk about the emerging cyber threat, this emerging cyber threat, one of which is issues related to artificial intelligence. You know, artificial intelligence is another crude oil on this in today's generation. And the way it works, that's why I was talking about the technological transformation of the country, that we are going to the personal governance, and then we'll have the digital transformation. When we have digital transformation, it means we will be able to populate our own information in our data centers. And at the end, we'll be able to employ the machine learning so that we move to the artificial intelligence. Because it's through machine learning is where we can have a lot of solutions and on the big data. And now we have these new trainings which are coming up on the big data science, data analytics, and all that. But it comes from that perspective. So it becomes a very big challenge because with the artificial intelligence, there is a lot of things which can be generated, and some of it can have the impact on issues related to privacy violation. We talk about the deep fake things which is happening. You know, a lot of examples are happening on that, but also those are the issues which brings a lot of challenge. We have stricter regulation, increasing global privacy law. You know, the entire global today, we are talking about issues related to privacy. And indeed, it has the issues related to geopolitics as well. We have zero trust security model for enhancing the authentication protocol and the artificial intelligence and machine learning in cybersecurity by automating the threat detection. I would like to conclude my presentation by saying strengthening personal data protection enhances cybersecurity. And at the same time, implementing best practice minimizes data breach risk. And also information security officials plays a key role on compliance and security. And lastly, continuous improvement and the adoption of new threats are very crucial. So there is nothing like I have learned enough. So every day is about learning and improving your skill and being able to detect new threats which are coming up so that we can have a secured cyberspace, and then which can be the fuel toward taking us to the digital economy that we are thinking about while maintaining the trust of an individual. So cybersecurity is about the environment from which we operate, the cyberspace, but personal data protection is about privacy and improving trust of an individual so that they can act within the digital inclusion. Having said that, thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General, from the Data Protection, for the Personal Data Protection Commission. The arrangement for today may be he has a seat. We have a second presentation, then we have a panel discussion for the two presentations because they are almost related. So at this time, I would like to invite, yesterday we missed a presentation from the ministry. So we're gonna have a presentation for the ministry, and probably afterwards, we're gonna have another presentation from the ministry. So stay tuned. I would like to invite Professor George Oreku, who is representing the ministry, to come and share us on the cybersecurity strategy for our country and other related cybersecurity initiatives that are undertaken by the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Professor Oreku, you're welcome. His presentation.
Stop, you turn around to your neighbor and ask him, how are you today? So that at least you warm up. Okay, walk around. Just walk around to familiarize and get networked in here. Stop. Walk around again. Stop. So we can go back to our seats. I hope we have networked and got to know each other within the room. So it seems it's quite interesting and people are still networking and saying hi to each other. So we can take our seat back so that we proceed for the interest of time. Thank you very much. I think we are sorted out with the tech issues and now we can proceed. Yes, my name is George S. Oreku. I do much with the computer, but I come from the background of computer security. That is where I'm inclined most. So the base of my presentation will take the background of security aspects before I move on with the presentation, which is intended to give us some initiatives which the government is trying to come up with, responding to what we have in today's world. If you want to know much about me, I think the world has gone digital. You can just go through my webpage, get my profiles, my interest areas which I'm working on, and you can get a lot there. So I don't need to go much into details about my bio. And without much ado, so I'd like to proceed with my presentation, and apology to the participants. We were supposed to present this presentation yesterday, but unfortunately we got engaged with some other activities and we are unable to, but thanks to the commission, we were awarded again opportunity to present what I'm about to present today. Much about the NT. If you scan that barcode, it will give you details of the company with the name there. So I think we are all going digital, isn't it? So we are doing less with paper. On behalf of the ministry, I would like to present the initiatives which are taking place currently at the ministries, responding to what we are having. Strategy being one of the very key points which we have to look on. Having strategies and all these kind of documentations, policies, definitely underlines what is very critical before we get along on doing anything. So my agenda today will have two parts, but before I go to those two parts, explaining the strategies the ministry is working on, I'll introduce the strategies and I'll give the little bit of background. And after that, I will go to the second document, very quick. So I'll be referring to two issues. When I mention NCSS, is National Computer Security Strategies, and the COP is Child Online Protection. So these are the two documents, very critical documents the ministry is trying to put down so that we have the principles or the rule of the house when we dwell out on the cyber realm world there. I believe that in every house or in every engagement, there must be rule of the games. In football, we have a referee playing there, and we have the rules which are guiding on how we should behave in there. The same likewise with what we have in the cyber world. Since 1996, I'd like to start with my presentation while presenting the background. 1956 to 1958, there are these two scientists, computer scientists, Mark Cathy and Alan Turing, who coined the AI in two different aspects. When you talk about Mark Cathy, he coined the computer using the programming language which we call LISP. So you see, there's no miracle. So it comes way back from what we had, and is now happening with some sort of the updates. So why am I concerned with the going back to the background on where we started and what are we up to now? I believe if you look carefully back to the histories, they'll give us the very good vision on how we can move with the future. And that's why I took trouble doing some research. Where did it all emanated from? Yes, we have seen a lot of technologies are coming in. Blockchain, cloud computing, machine learning, big data, data analysis. All these are coming in, but they're coming without a click of the finger, they're gone. Now we are talking about artificial intelligence and Internet of the Thing. But before we come to artificial intelligence, you will see that it's all emanated from these data analytics. Or what we see is happening to the AI is what we feed into our gadgets. And these are being synthesized, and eventually we see what is happening. So people are surprised, but I think there's no any miracle. Following of the opening AIs, ChatGPTs, and all this kind of technology, Sal Khan, the founder CEO of Khan Academy, it sparked out some critical thinking, to think on the way generated AI could be positive. Transformation has learning seen as a personal AI tutor for students, teaching assistant. This gentleman here, just last year, he came up with the generative AI, and these have been implemented to their universities as a learning source. Why am I concerned with the learning? When we talk about COP, it's all about child, and this is the source of brain. So when we build the good source of brain, is where we'll be able to respond to what we are up to. So this generative AI is giving a very good promising in learning. It gives us what we call personalized learning, which eventually gives us the increased efficiency in learning, innovation learning, research enhancement, and the like. So all these are mounted within a human being. We might ask ourselves, why do we really need a knowledge? Well, you don't need to tell me, but think around. Why do we need knowledge anyway? You can respond into your inner self, why do we need knowledge? But a quick answer could be to be able to navigate and respond to challenges we are facing in the world. That's why we need knowledge. But where is the source of knowledge? It is being implemented from the childhood, where this is being created from the childhood. So you can, the source of all what we'll be talking about here needs some background touch from the history, from the human being, where he starts from. However, that source of learning gives some risks. All this what we are having are creating some risks, like you can see. There are security risks. These security risks can happen into the access control, intrusion detection. Eventually, these consequences are leading to incorrect prediction. When we do not have security in access control or intrusion detection, we might have incorrect prediction, which eventually causing some intrusion or invasion. There's another domain which is privacy and safety. So if you follow carefully, you will see anything, any risk goes bad into all these might cause something to go wrong. So when we look on those domains, what could have gone wrong when the mission critical domains in learning powered by generative AI? This gives us some opening that given the far-reaching generation impact learning has only nation argue that it is the best interest of the so-called global south to think on the question what could go possibly wrong when mission critical is hampered or is tempered with that. Having that question in mind, it takes us to the leading step, which is we need to have some strategies on how we are going to react on that. Taking a child as an example of very sensitive, you might find that today's learning methodologies are more equipped into technology application using different platforms, which most of our children are really dwelling in. So the protection of the child in the digital world is an important and vital in the core world, children for the future nation. In view of this, ministry has commissioned to work on the zero draft document, which will be the second part of my presentation of the document as a strategic document with the following scopes. So the COP, the ministry's up to is provided into 5 sections, with, which are mentioned on my screen. And it is the activities and the responsibility of the government and non-governmental organizations such as internet providers, children organization, academia, civil society, and the Tanzanian society in general. So you see, it's not a one-man show, so it's a collective way of putting these documents together. And the essence of presenting this document here is at least to get some overview and some ideas to think around as holistic as we move together. So the strategies focuses on the 5 key areas in responding to what we have seen, the challenges. Number 1 is governance, technical measures, awareness raising, research, and the collaboration. So those are the places, the 5 places which these strategies is focusing on, particularly on the COP. So, the previous speaker have talked on the risk associated with the cyberspace. But with the same aspect of the risks which are being encountered in respect to the COP, you will see that these risks have been divided into 4 parts when these children are interacting with the gadgets. You have the risks which are concerned with the content, where the exposure of inaccurate, incomplete, or inappropriate content that may be treated to adult or criminal in nature and the intent promote radicalism, destructive behavior, and etc. That is the risk which is got concerned with the content risk. But within the same document, we looked at another risk, which is contact risk. The way these kids interact with the document or with the content within the cyber space. However, we have the contract risk. And the last one is conduct risk. So within all these kind of risks, they have to be mapped out within these documents to look on them on the way we can be responding to or protecting people working on those areas. So the remedy for this could be the cryptographic verification of modality integrity, strategies, policies, and legislation in place. To counterfeit these risks, these could be the remedies. So when you talk about the remedies, one of the remedies is policies and legislation and the strategies. And this is what the ministry is doing to counterfeit the COP problems, to put in place the COP, which is one of the remedy to counterfeit the risk children are having by interacting to the platforms. Policies and the legislations are also part of it, but to begin with, we have these policies and documentations which are existing. However, as the technology changes, you might find that it is inevitable to revise all these documentations to respond to what is existing in the present time. So, with the same document we have, after synthesizing and critically analyzing, we found that the balancing integration technology in traditional methods, the review need to be done and the analysis of these documents so that they respond to what is happening. We have talked now, we are talking about the new technologies now, AI. But we still have the old strategies which are not responding or which are not capturing what we are having right now. So eventually, that takes to part 2 of my presentation, which is vision and mission of the COP we have in place as a draft document. This is, have gone the same way. Not much have been changed from what we had. It has the same mission, like safeguarding children and their development within the ever-expanding digital environment. And with the mission as indicated on the presentation. So, like I say, the regular reviewing of these legal documents is very critical as per the technology is changing. So we really need to go with the time as everything changes, as the technology changes. And within the same document, we have the 5 objectives, which also are trying to capture what are so necessary to be included generically to safeguard the safety of our kids online. But as I move on, I'd like to pose the question here. We can just food for thought. Within the technology that has been happening, which one Tanzanian have capitalized and they use it to the maximum? Have we thought about that? We mentioned a lot of technologies are coming, spreading away, spreading away. But if we critically ask ourselves, which one Tanzania have used critically or to the maximum? Within all these technology, cloud computing, I don't know what, you mentioned them, blockchain, cloud computing, machine learning, big data, and now we are on the artificial intelligence before we go to IoT. Which one have we capitalized on and got maximum benefit out of it? Well, you wanna, okay. Which one? You wanna respond to that? Maybe in the Q&A we will discuss about that, but keep on thinking. We might be spectators of all technologies if we don't put what are the basic requirements or what are the needed prerequisites in order to exploit to the maximum all these technologies. So we think about that around. So we have all those objectives. Some objectives is to maximize the usage of technologies coming in. So we have also the proposed measures which we have introduced to the document, divided the proposed measures into 2 parts, the government side and the private sector part. So you see each part need to take part on this. Which part should go to the private sector and which part should be the government responsibilities within the same document. And in summary, I can say the proposed strategy is a 5-year plan to fortify national digital environment for children, safety protection. So that is the COP document. We have the 0 draft. It's a 5-year document. We have the 0 draft, and maybe soon enough it will be out. And to respond to the needy requirement of preparing these documents, stakeholders have been involved, and you as a part of the stakeholders will share the document for your inputs to refine the document as well, even though the other parts have participated fully into private sector, government, and different institutes. So I'll go straight to the NCC, which is NCSS, which is just 15 slides, very quick, so that I give you at least the briefing of what we have. And yes, on the same note, these 2 parallel documents, National Cybersecurity Strategy, have been reviewed. We had the one which is, I think, the one which expired in 2023, but like I said, we really need to review so that we catch up with the time. So what I'm about to give you in the brief here is what have been reviewed with the background, lesson learned, why did we review it, and what are we proposing on that strategy. So you can see from the background, we had these documents which due to the changes of technologies, we really needed to have something which could respond to what we have currently. But why? What could have been gone wrong so that we are interested in reviewing this? There is a lesson we learned from what happened, but in a very quick one, the lesson from what we had was the lack of defined risk and the threat assessment approach. These were some of the things which were missing on the previous national cyber security strategies. These are very key issues which were missing on the previous document. So these have been worked out and have been added. Additional stakeholder involvement in the implementation of the objective and the responsibility were not outlined as needed in the previous NCSS. So with the one which we have right now, these have been accommodated very well. The proposed strategy is until 29-30, follows the same visions. The visions were still valid with the time. The proposed government structure has been altered a little bit so that it can respond with the new institutions which are coming in, like ICTC and new institutions which were not there before to take part in it. Stakeholders and the responsibility have been outlined. We have outlined specifically what is supposed to be needed by, to be done by stakeholders and what is supposed to be done by the government. On the same principles have been altered slightly. Capacity building and awareness for all, multi-stakeholders partnership, all these have been included. However, the strategy goals are the same as in the previous strategies which just ended in 2023, protecting CII, increasing capabilities and collaborations, enhancing regulations and the national response to the cyber threats. Activities and the deliverables to the new strategies have been included, establishing and maintaining national critical infrastructure. All these are the activities which have been mounted to the new strategy. So I'm expecting to get some more addition during Q&A. With that, I may call the end of brief of these documents. All other procedures like reviews, like comments have been submitted and we have them, and feel free to give us more ideas on that, and those who are interested will be ready to share the document for more input. So on behalf of the ministry, I'd like to thank ICTC Commission for giving us this platform, at least to get you involved and know what is happening. Sometimes it's very difficult to know what is happening if stakeholders are not involved, but these are some of the initiatives which are ongoing. And like I said, these are very, very critical documents which will shape, which will define on how we work on what we are interested to work on with the guidelines we have in place. Without much ado, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Reku. Now, as we wind up the session for these two presentations, I would like to invite the two presenters. Professor Reku is already here, and the DG from PDBC. If there's any clarification needed on the presentation they presented, now the session is open. Yes, thank you, presenters, for the two presentations. They are insightful. Now I open the floor for discussion or any comment on the presentation. But before, maybe I would want also to ask 2 questions, one for each presenter. For the previous presentation about the cybersecurity, now we have seen we are coming with the new child online protection strategy. I just wanted to ask Professor Oreku the lesson learned from the review of the implementation of the previous cybersecurity strategy of 2018 to 2023. To what extent stakeholders were aware about the strategy and their involvement in implementation of the strategy. How would you explain about that? Is there any success or challenges? Because this platform is one of the engagement for stakeholders to be involved in the targets and strategies we have outlined in the cybersecurity strategy. So at least to get an understanding of the previous cybersecurity strategy, to what extent it has been implemented and how stakeholders have been involved. But to DG PDBC, you have given an insightful presentation on your journey on PDBC since when it was established until now, and the levels of engagement, the lessons we've learned from the international space in relation to data protection. Yesterday we had a presentation from the German experience from Dr. Tino on data breaches. We had a presentation from Softec related to silos on data security and data governance. So we're also building up on the same presentation. But we'd like to know the lessons we've learned on the appetite of Tanzania to respond on data protection issues. Share with us your experience on that, the level of appetite, and the future prospects on the success of data protection, implementation of the data protection law. So I invite them to respond at least shortly, in 1 minute. I also invite next questions from the floor. Thank you. I'll start with Professor.
Thank you very much, moderator, for the very good question on the stakeholders' involvement. These are the very people when preparing any document, so that you get the reflection on what is happening. Are we on the right track? Is it what people are looking for? Is it responding to what really people are expecting? And the involvement methodology have been changed from what the previous strategy used. Like this time we piecemealed, we mapped out. We did not use the approach of gathering people together, but we started with the institution, different institution, using the normal questionnaires, phones, and face-to-face. And apart from that, we involved both parts, so that for the effectiveness, we had to do one meeting in Tanzanian mainland, and another meeting was separately done into Tanzania, in Zanzibar. So this is to make sure that we really reach as much as we can. And apart from that, we just tried to identify different ministries who are of interest to this policy document, like the Office of Attorney General was involved, because they're the one who are occasionally involved in ratification and reviewing of these laws. As you may understand now, Tanzania, we have almost 445 laws. Zile sheria kuu tunazo 445, jumla ya sheria 445. Hizo kuu zile ndogo ndogo, kuacha ile miongozo ambayo ndogo ndogo zinakuwa chini ya uangalizi wa waziri ambaye anaweza kabadilisha kulingana na mahitaji. So we looked on these ministries who are involved in the legal issues separately into the mapping. So after gathering all these, using different approach, questionnaire, face-to-face, personal visit to these ministries, by dialoguing with the key responsible people, we are sure that we did very well in capturing the stakeholders involvement. As a requirement of these, it needs involvement, ushirikishwaji, so inclusiveness, and all kind of different genders and were involved.
Thank you, Professor Leku, for that response. You're welcome, DG PDBC, to respond on the question on the appetite for...
Thank you very much. If I can reframe the questions that you have asked me, you said the lesson learned since we started the journey, the appetite, and the lesson learned nationally and international, in the international perspective. Today, as I'm sitting here, the personal data protection is 1 year and 80 days. So, and of course, I assumed in the office in July last year. Very importantly, when I assumed the office, I came up with the 100 quick days. And then from there, I drew the matrix to come up with the strategic objectives, from which I had 5 areas to concentrate to make sure that the PDPC is rising up. And the first one was to build the institutional framework, which entails things like logo, address, website. It means to brand the commission. And second was to concentrate on the awareness. And third, to the compliance, which entails the issues related to registrations of all the institutions. And the fourth, the capacity building to my staff, and lastly, enforcement. So enforcement, up to now, I don't want to touch that button because it's not a good button to touch, but instead is to concentrate to awareness so that people can understand this. As I'm talking today, I have more than 2,000 institutions being registered already in the Commission. And also we are running a lot of awareness program. For the appetite for the Tanzanians on the personal data protection, it can be looked in 2 perspectives, internally and externally. Internally is the understanding the importance of registration so that they can do the business and then be trusted. So some of the institutions wanted it yesterday. For example, the multinational companies wanted to register even before we start. So we were getting them knocking to see that they are registered, like Vodacom, like banks and all that, because that is a mandatory requirement for them to operate. And the others now, they are learning from the awareness that we are creating, and they are keeping on registering. And that's why you can see within 1 year we have more than 2,000 institutions being registered within our registration system. But externally, it means, for example, that some of the industries, they cannot operate if they are not registered, they are not compliant to personal data protection. I remember, I think it was last year, here in Arusha, then we were talking with TATO. TATO, these are tourist associations, something like that. And it was actually like the government just want to get money from us, and I don't think whether personal data protection and registration is very important. But the wonderful part of it, by this year, they are leading to be registered within our system. And you know why? The tourists could not come and work with them if they are not registered. So it was through the external force, they found that compliance with the personal data protection is something very important so that they can remain operational. Otherwise, they cannot operate without it. So we became friends. In the international perspective, first of all, we are looked to have the best Personal Data Protection Act in Africa. And the reason is we started from scratch and we looked on our environment, and it is realistic. most of the countries, they just edited the GDPR, which cannot work properly within their country, and it's not realistic, full of penalties and all of that. But we know Tanzanians, we usually like to make sure that we create the law which is workable within our environment and actually addresses our challenge. So that's one of the things. But second, when we attend the international conferences, we appear to be very smart, very, very smart. So they congratulate us very much. I have attended several international meetings and conferences as we discuss about it. And it is focused in these few perspectives. We can talk about the human right itself. We can talk about the digital economy and the framework as it is. We have the best technological stack, which includes the issue of cross-border data protection with the federation that we are talking about. If we look on also the geopolitics, we are very good on it, and we appear that it is very easy to invest in Tanzania as far as the personal data protection is concerned. So I think we are branding ourselves very much, and we are still on the top. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. Congratulations for those insights. So I'll take any comment or suggestion from the floor. I start to my far right-hand side. Can you raise your hand? Please mention your name, the institution you're coming from, so that there's a proper record taking.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Deogratas Mosha from Mainstream Media Limited. We are the providers of touchless KYC biometric verification in most of the financial institutions and telecoms in Tanzania. First of all, I should congratulate the director for the good presentation, especially on the efforts which have been taken to make sure that most of the Tanzanian institutions comply into the personal data protection. But I'll just go back into what happens in practice now. When we try sometimes to integrate with the government, they will ask you that we need your data center to be locally present in Tanzania before you collect or you connect with the institution. But if you look at the cost to maintain data center locally vis-a-vis the cost to maintain data center on the cloud, it is two very different things. So I want to understand from your presentation, I think you said that you have multinational collaborations in making sure that the data protection cross-border is being protected. How are you ensuring that with the new acts, with the whatever initiatives that you are taking, unlocks this nightmare? Because it is one of the things which reduces the so-called digital transformation in the economy. Because most of the innovators, most of the local companies tends to seem to have very expensive services when it comes to hosting the data locally, because the cost is being factored in the prices of their solutions. So that is one. But second, maybe from the previous presentation yesterday, I should congratulate the TCRI team. I think they talked about the TZ set, and I'm one of the beneficiaries of the TC set, because I once received a very confidential letter on one of our sites which was exposed and could have caused issues on our end. So that is congratulations to TCRI. And lastly, congratulations to DG for ICT Commission for organizing this forum. We are here participating for the first time, but we have learned a lot, and we believe if this kind of forums could be conducted frequently, it will enable us to upscale ourselves, but also to participate in different global opportunities, knowing what is being done in our country. Thank you.
So my panelists suggest they could take at least 2 or 3 questions so that they can respond together. So I have a next hand, then I have another hand. I had 2, 3 hands here. My time is limited. I have 10 minutes. So be brief, straight to the point, please. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank to Mr. Emmanuel and Professor George for the good presentation. Actually, I have two very short questions. Yes, my name is Jimmy Mchau from Mainstream Media. I'm the head of technology there. My first question go to Dr. Emmanuel, and it's concerned about the data sharing, specifically in digital platform. Myself, at the time that I was booking for the flight to Arusha, I use as local platforms to book, and I'm the local citizen. But before arriving here, I started receiving notification about the good hotels in Arusha. I started receiving about good restaurants, about places I can visit in Arusha. So my question is, how do these people get my data? Because I think that is a part of PDP to protect us as a local citizens, that our data shouldn't be go to this international platform that easy. Because Instagram and the other social media are not our local platforms, they are international platforms. But my data are being shared there, while I use the local platforms to book, and I'm the local citizens. My second question is, of course, this goes to both COP and PDP. Regarding the children's, we found that most of this, specifically digital, we most use digital platforms, social media. We most Tanzania use those platforms. But we have this new generation coming up. So we just calling them child because they are under 18. But they are using Instagram so much, they are using social media so much. But sometimes we found that there is some information which are critical to our generations, our young generations, content that will destroy our traditions and the cultures. Then this child, they open it, they learn from it, then they learning from it. So how do the COP protect this child from opening this kind of materials and learning from it? But you have said about, you have talked about the AI and the generative AI. Most of the time you talk about the con side only the disadvantage of using AI. You never spoke of the pros of using AI. You spoke about self-driving car. How is self-driving car? How is it not safe? But you didn't tell us what if we optimize this AI to the optimum, that self-driving car, they are going to be more smart than the one we are using or the one we are driving. Or what if the robots are going to be smarter than us? They are going to perform the task that we use years to perform. Then they just took a few days to perform and deliver at the optimum. What will happen if this AI are going to be optimized? Are we fear that they are going to outsmart us? Or why are we saying about, are we talking about safety? What kind of safety do we mean exactly? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I go to this column, this section? How many hands we do? I spotted 2 ways. Straight and brief, please, to your questions. Sure. So that we can.
Thank you, both the speaker. Really appreciate the presentation. One is for the DJ, CPC. Just a brief, probably you can let us know, as an institution, we are in education and NGOs, and we deal with a lot of students and other individuals that are being assisted, and we have their data that we normally save them. How would the organization assist us on having also those, as per the commission requirement, that how do we put in an education system? The second one was to Professor Oreko. The new strategy that you are making of the next 5 years, are there any implementation towards SMEs and small business that some cybersecurity or some what I call it a protection that should be set up in institution, like could be education, could be SMEs, and could be small traders, because like Esther presented yesterday, is the third party unsafe network that also creates a problem into the cyber crimes. And just now cybersecurity has been taken only for banks and insurance companies, na serikali. So are there any system that you are going to implement for individuals and companies? Thank you.
Thank you. Last question on this side. There's a gentleman.
Asante, mimi naomba niulize kwa Kiswahili.
Karibu.
Asante na wapongeza watu wa mada kwa presentation zao, lakini nina maswali kidogo kuhusu mambo ya data protection. Amesema kwamba hizi sheria zimetungwa kwa ajili ya Watanzania jinsi tulivyo, lakini ukiangalia kuna makampuni makubwa ya nje yanayooperate na kuprocess data za Watanzania. Je, kama hatuweki fine hayo makampuni yanapo violate sheria zetu, tunawawajibishaje? Na je, swali la pili, tukiweka hiyo lenient rules au laws hapa Tanzania, je, watu wa huduma wa Tanzania wanapo process data za watu wa nje, sisi sheria inatukava vipi ili tusiwe affected na sheria za nje kama Ulaya na Marekani? Asante sana.
Thank you. Accountability and responsibility of multinational companies to abide to our national legal frameworks, and our national organization, how do they respond and account to the international laws related to data protection? Any two questions? Thank you. To Madam here.
Thank you very much. My name is Asha Abinala from Tech and Media Convergency. Thank you so much. I've enjoyed the presentations. My first question will go to Dr. George. Is that I'm really happy you've mentioned that you are open to receiving other reviews and feedback. What is the best way and approach of us giving that feedback? I think I would wish to know, not just for this, not just for the child online protection strategy, but for all ICT related policies that are made within the country. So we do a lot of feedback process. I think in the last 2 years, we've provided feedback to like 7 policies in this country. But it's really hard to monitor and track feedback. I would really like hiyo kupata mwongozo mzuri kwa sababu we really want to contribute to the policy you mentioned today, both of the two, through an internet governance working group, not necessarily as an organization. It's a combination of more than 25 CSOs. Then back to Dr. Mkilia, thank you as well. Kwanza, of all institutions in this country, I would say that the Commission is at least in the top 3rd organizations that are doing very well in awareness. That is in media, that is in digital space, as well as in conversations. The reason I'm saying that, and I think it is important to acknowledge, is because I've been in a meeting last time in Kenya, and Tanzania was mentioned, the Commission was mentioned with positive aspect. And the other thing is that I love that the lawyers, the young people are engaged in your programs, the young people are engaged through the program you're doing at the East African Moot Court. So, ongereni sana. Sasa, shida yangu. We'd really, there is a challenge. Yes, we understand kwamba the Commission is an authority. You can reach all over. But I feel like, is the Commission ready to maybe collaborate and work with other organizations that are doing similar approaches. For instance, for 2025 and 2026, Tech and Media Convergency is reaching out to 400 non-profits. We are reaching out as in they're participating masterclass knowledge on data governance, digital security, and AI in data governance. And now the challenge is most NGOs have no idea. The deadline was December 31st. I think the other deadline is April. It was January. I would have really wished to know how many NGOs have participated, not NGOs, but NGOs. From our data, only 2.7 know the way about privacy impact assessment from the NGO space, and only 9.5 do apply the practice of data minimization. So we'd really wish to know if there is an avenue that for the Commission to see how they can collaborate in sectorial, like they can partner maybe in medicine, who they can partner with NGOs, and of course at CMC we are really looking forward if there could be that an avenue to partner in a way that we can capacitate the NGO space, because we do understand the NGO space. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question from this side, please. That gentleman. We are limited by time. I understand there's a lot of questions, but we can still continue the conversation after this session. Yes, please. One minute.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Patrick Werema from Dar es Salaam Commercial Bank, DCB. I have one question concerning the, data protection. First, as we know, now we're using applications in the digital world. And in my line of work, sometimes I've reviewed some applications. If you run some review, you find that an application has permission to write on a device. In a simple terms, like if I install this application, it has capability even to delete some details of a user. And we know that users sometimes are laymen. They don't know what they're installing at the moment. They not read those instructions before installing application. So my question is, there's any control on how we can protect our community? And also, there's a scenario whereby we know there's some like loan giving applications. So we find situation in the societies, in a community whereby a user took loan online, and then after taking a loan online, the application will extract contact list from the people's phone, and then later will contact other people in the contact list, sending the message, and cause a lot of chaos. So my issue is how can we, there's any control or there's any considerations being done in order to protect our fellow Tanzanian, our society? And second, lastly, procedures of reporting data breach.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, that's insightful. Any two questions from this side? If no questions, we can allow the, just because there's no question this side, so allow Madam just one, give you a favor. 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Irene from Zumba University, and I wanted to ask the question about child protection. And currently the government is under education reform. Hello? Yeah, education reform right from early childhood to tertiary education institutions. So how is the strategy on child online protection being represented in this education reform?
Thank you. So allow my panelists to respond to the question. If you can use 5 minutes for each, be good. DG, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for very good questions. I have almost 80 questions, but I will be responding very quickly so that we can just get the concept of what really is happening. The first question was on the issue related to data sharing, on the data storage, the cloud computing, and also to host the information locally. We have the e-government Act, which actually explains about the storage and the way data should be stored. But personal data protection does not protect an individual to host your information in the cloud. The only thing that we need to see is to do the impact assessment and the risk which will be associated with the platform that we are using. So because the commitment for protecting this data you are using and that you are saving lies on your hand, then the first question will be, have you registered to the personal data protection? Did you, what is the kind of assessment you have done to make sure that there will be no any risk about data breach when you are storing in cloud? For example, some of the banks and whatever is being done, they can have various platforms. This platform can be used also in cloud and all this kind of thing. So there is issues related to how do you maintain data. You can have the data, you can encrypt the data, you can anonymize the data, and all that, the personal data protection will do the assessment, and then it will give you the permission equivalent to cross-border data transfer. So that's how it works. And I know there is almost 3 services. It can be cloud as a storage, cloud software as a service, and the platform as a service. So all of it should be included within your analysis to how this information will be secured, and still there will be no any data breach. So that is a kind of discussion between you and the personal data protection staffs. The next question was how can we keep, it was about how we can help to register academics and NGOs. I think that was the question. Of course, we have the website, and which gives all the information on how you can register, because the registration is done through the online registration system. And it can give you the guide step by step. And actually, the information you are populating on it, it will also help to tell you how much you can pay for the registration process, including the control number for registration. So the fee starts from 100K to 1 million, depending on the categories of the institution which works and the kind of the data set that you have and the way you work with it. The third question was about the fine, and it was asked in Swahili. Should I respond in Swahili as well, or should I, for inclusiveness, I think I should proceed with English so that everybody will benefit on it. The law doesn't say that we don't fine, but it is about the approach that we are doing. It is very good that the first thing we started to build the institutional framework. That's what I said. Second was the awareness. And the awareness, it is still a very tough job, and this will be done. It is our core work now that we are doing. So that, and even in the Act, fine is well stipulated. Very big fine, actually. And particularly when we are talking about compensation. What I'm saying is not the PDPC to fine. Sometimes we can fine as an institution, but there will be a compensation for an individual from which his data was breached without his consent or her consent. So you can mention an amount depending of the infringement or the challenge that was caused by causing this data to be left. So fine is there, and our law is very strict to that. And of course, We had the last date for registration was 31st December last year. We agreed to increase up to 30th April. That is for the voluntary registration. And then from there, any institution which is processing data or collecting data without registration to the personal data protection, it is an offense. And if the breach also comes, also they will be fined. I said we started with the institutional framework and then coming to awareness and then coming to compliance. Compliance, it means registration so that you can operate as a data controller or data processor legally. And then lastly we said we will have the capacity building, and last but not least is enforcement. We cannot start with enforcement by fining everybody before people they understand what is the importance of it. And then we have to educate the people to understand why is it really very important to register than to start with enforcement by fining people. That will not sound very good. So in equivalent to that, I said our law is local, and considering the local environment doesn't mean it does not tally with the other laws across the Africa or across the world. There are issues which are local and then it's considered. And some of the issues are international, and it have to adhere to that for the compliance and also to have similar agreement, because also we sign some of the protocols which can be used for the data transfer and the agreement. And one of it also we have we are member of the NADPA, Network for African Personal Data Protection Authority. So we work accordingly together with other nations as well. The fifth question was about the collaboration with NGOs, particularly like coming up with joint events and all that. The answer is yes, we needed you yesterday. So what you need to do, come with your idea. We sit down and we see how we can work together, and then we proceed. You know, the concept of personal data protection is very wide, very, very, very wide. So also sometimes you can talk about privacy in relation to gender, privacy in relation to religious, privacy in relation to health sector. It is by sector. And for example, now we are talking about the 3 certifying authority coming up. The financial institutions, the ICTC for the commercial, and e-government. Yesterday we had a very critical discussion with BOT on how we can come up with the best approach in issues related to personal data protection, officers in the financial industry, but at the same time to come up with awareness campaigns and with their alignments with the Bankers Association and all that. So we are going sector by sector. We are doing the same with health. We are doing the same with agriculture, but also we have been working with the private sector as well. The other time we hosted a conference at the Dome with the Hilton Aton. And so we are working with stakeholders. We are open. It's only that we should make sure that it is accordingly done and within the framework of the personal data protection. The other one was on the use of applications, and particularly I know you were heading to loan lenders, misuse and installing in your gadget, and at the end becomes a problem. That is a problem. That's why I'm saying the weakest point of the technology is people. And in this, it means implicitly the consent was delivered by the person who was installing without knowing. Because in order for you to get the loan, you have to tick, if you don't pay, then they will be able to access your phone book. And indeed, that was done. But we didn't take these things for granted. We are working together in collaboration with the other stakeholders who are involved on it. We are working with police, we are working with BOT, we are working with TCRA. For example, the initiative taken on that, one of it was to close all the microfinances operating online so that they can get a proper registration and then be identified with the BOT. and they can adhere to the Financial Act and all that. For the police, it means that abuse is equivalent to any crime as the Cyber Crime Act is concerned. TCRA is about the number which is being used, so some of the things we have to do it collectively. The other thing is how to report the procedures for reporting the complaints and data breach. Everything is done online. You can still report it. And now we were putting some guidelines and for the small fees for complaints handling. You know, always people are very intelligent and they can turn the business to be opportunity. For example, it happened when we were not making any fee for someone to make complaints. A lot of complaints was coming. And when they file the complaints, they go back to the person who is complained against, and then they say, you know what, I have reported you to the personal data protection, so you have to sort me out so that I cannot proceed with the case. So we had a lot of redundant case, and then everything was sorted outside of the commission. So now to have the genuine one, we need to have a small fee for registration of the complaints, and that can be done through the application within the our website. So you can visit our website and you can see all the procedures for the reporting the complaints and even reporting the data breach. And in the data breach is two categories. The data breach can be reported by the data subject, or it can be reported with the institution which is a data controller or data processor, and to show that on which time it will be recovered and all that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, DG. You're welcome, Professor, to respond on.
Thank you very much for those who have posed the questions, and I'll quickly respond to the questions. And if my answers will not be sufficient, we can take it off the coffee and we can proceed with the dialogue. So to begin with, there's a gentleman there who asked the first question that how can we get the maximum utilization of AI? If I've got your question right, and how can the strategy be used to protect the security on the AI? Well, the issue of AI, if I may begin, is still debatable. And I think AI should teach out on how to think and not what to do. By that case, I posed the question while I was doing my presentation, like, why do we really knowledge? So, with that, what is supposed to be done so that we can get maximization of utilization of AI is to redefine the approach. We really need to redefine the approach. If we redefine the approach, we need knowledge to use AI. With that, we can be able to maximum utilize AI. However, what I was presenting, if you call back when you are employed, you go to the office, they tell you these are working tools. You are being given, I don't know, standing orders and all those kind of documents. So with this kind of documents, these are the tools which you can use to safeguard your safety while online. Question number 2 was, let me check here quickly. COP to protect child wrong. Yeah. Okay. Yes, how can COP used to protect child? If I got the question right. Like I say, these are legal documents. And these documents are the tools which can guide someone on what to do and what not to do. Contrary to that, it means he or she will be taken to the court or to any authority which is responding on using these legal issues to punish or to penalize somebody who contrary went wrong to how these COP have guided him or her to use the online materials. So that's how you can use it. Like you have the documents when you claim you have been mistreated, human rights legals, and that's how you can use the COP as well to protect all the mishap which might happen online. And question number 3 was implement to private sector. Yes, it is a national. It's not separately government document. It's a national government. It's a national document, and that's why I say the responsibilities have been split. Have been split into 2 parts. There are parts which the private sector need to take part, and there are parts which government is supposed to be responsible. So it will not only be like there's a certain tools which is going to protect the private sector, no, but it's going to protect national as a whole. So it's a universal document for the whole nation, which could be used like other legal documents to protect the activities online. And there was a concern from Arusha, if I'm not mistaken. Getting the feedback from the documents has been very difficult, and thank you for volunteering yourself that you be ready to go through the documents and share your views. I really appreciate on that. But contrary to how differently from what has been happening, we have set the mechanism of M&E to see how this is working. You know, before the documents, you know, we have a lot of documents have been shelved there, they are not being used, they are not being cross-checked. If these documents are really working, they've been fulfilled until they get expired. But with this one, we have budget on it, because sometimes we create documents without having budget. But while we were doing it, just to give you for the benefit of understanding, we really first collected the data. You cannot make any policy document without any data. If you don't have any data, the policy you'll be making is unimplementable, because it's an illusion. You'll be making a policy document which is not realistic with what is happening with the data. So the data is everything. You need to have data so that you can have a workable policy. And this is the approach also we used. Collected the data which have been implemented, and with that, we have M&E, which will be monitoring and evaluating the implementation of these documents. And the review will be taking place in every 3 months to see how it is going. So I hope with that one we'll be getting some feedback on how we are doing on this document. The last one was from Irene, like a COP. There's a reform in education. Yes, like I said before, we have ministries who are the appropriate stakeholders to the documents. We have approached the ministries, Ministry of Education as well, to give us their inputs, which is correlating with the reform which is taking place. So this COP, there's a part and parcel of the reform of education which has been captured in this COP. So you need not to worry about that. It has been well captured, and like I said, we'll be doing M&E to see how is it responding. So it has captured all these reforms which are happening in the ministries of education and the like. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor George Reku, NDG, Dr. Mkilia from PDPC. And now our time is over, but it was a good conversation, and as a takeaway from this session, what we have established is, from the data protection perspective, maybe a takeaway should be like, we need to empower the data ecosystem in terms of the role of PDPC, even the role of us as individual data subjects or data processors. But in terms of empowering, we need maybe policy or strategic intervention on how best we can localize our data and make our data very affordable, I mean, because there's a concern of hosting data in Tanzania is very expensive against other markets. So it's an policy and strategic intervention needed on that area. And in terms of child data protection in cybersecurity strategy, maybe we need to establish a balance between at one end we are promoting digitalization and we want everyone to come online, even children. We are making digitalized learning platforms. Everything is becoming digitalized, so even a number of children under 18 are becoming online. And it's even becoming a requirement because they attend schools, government is putting digital facilities, so they found themselves online. So we need to establish a balance on while we are digitalization, still we have a responsibility to protect them and to ensure that they have access to a secure and culturally responsible content. So I hope Professor will take that while he's trying to finish up his work on developing the child online protection in the national cybersecurity strategy. Thank you for your attention and participation, and I'll return the mic to the MC for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, presenters and the moderator, for our first topic, which was topic number 3, safeguarding the cyberspace in the era of emerging technology. As we conclude, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to our presenter of presentation number 7, who was the Director General for Personal Data Protection Commission, PDPC, Dr. Emmanuel Mkilia, and presenter for presentation number 8, Professor George Oreku, on behalf of the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, for their thoughtful and impactful contribution. And I believe this presentation have deepened our understanding of safeguarding cyberspace in the era of emerging technology. And I believe they've highlighted the importance of proactive risk management, collaboration, and capacity building to ensure secure, resilient, and trusted digital ecosystem. So our next presentation is presentation number 8, and our speaker for today is Mr. Jan Ruskinen, the resident twinning advisor for Tanzania project, twinning project, and he will be presenting preparing for unprepared, obviously looking at the Finland cyber and digital security exercise. I would like to welcome on the stage Mr. Jan for the presentation. A round of applause to Mr. Jan.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will present a little bit about me, but I would like to thank, first of all, ICT Commission and DJ Nugundwe organizing this conference. This is personally for me the first time to attend this conference, but my colleague who was speaking here yesterday actually took part on last year as well. So it's really, really amazing to see the cybersecurity and data protection issues handled yearly in this conference. So I'm coming from Finland, so I'm going to share you some experiences which we've had in Finland dealing with the preparing for the unprepared. And I'm going to talk about the organizational preparing mostly, and representing a thing called cyber and digital security exercise. About myself, my name is Jani Ruuskanen, or most people call me Chani, like the leaf in here. And I work as a resident twinning advisor for this Digital for Tanzania twinning project. I'm located in Dar es Salaam, but I have been working with this project for almost 2 years, first as the project leader. And my background is I come from the Finnish digital agency, where I have been working with the digital transformation of Finland, especially on the public sector. And I was leading for the past 10 years the so-called GovStack of Finland, which I suppose is like comparable what Ministry of ICT is building here, and the agencies are building the Samia stack. So it's called Suomi.fi services. And I was leading the development of that for past 10 years before coming here to Tanzania. The twinning project I'm leading is about capacity building funded by the European Union. And this is to work together with the Ministry of ICT. So we have a pool of experts from Finland, Germany, and Estonia who are all working in the government. They are not consultants. They are like you who are working as a government officials. So they have full-time jobs, like Dr. Tina, who was speaking here. And this pool of experts we can facilitate and bring here to work together, to workshop, to have trainings, to work together, bring in the expertise, but obviously on the way which benefits the Ministry of ICT. So this is a very untypical EUD-funded project. So we have government officials who take a holiday when they come here. So it's more or less pro bono for them. Before I start with my topic, is there anyone brave enough to answer one question? Have you been, for the past year, been a subject of data breach, maybe lost money, whether online, scammed, hacked, in real life? Anyone? No one is daring to admit? Okay, so as it's been repeated several times here, yesterday and today, there's no 100% security. And I can personally admit, because I can show you that this happens. So I was personally hacked and scammed just a few days ago and lost some real money. And this has happened also in Finland as a personal level. So I can tell you, I'm supposed to be an ICT specialist, working with 20 years in the public sector digitalization and knowing about the cybersecurity, about the personal data protection, personal way to handle the networks using the digital services, and I was scammed. So that means just be prepared that there's always something unprepared. So that's why what we need to do is actually to train. So training is preparing. And I'm not going to talk about the individual level, meaning we as a citizens, you as a Tanzanians, me as a Finn. That's a process also for everybody to understand what kind of digital world is, what are the threats, how I can be scammed, how my information can be phished. But the same thing, as mentioned by DG Mikilia just a few seconds ago, is that the human is the weakest link. And the same thing is when you're considering the digital security of an organization. I'm sharing our experiences from Finland, focusing on public sector, private sector, and NGO sector, on how to prepare for unprepared. And this is done through training. As you can see, there are a lot of threats and risks in the digital environment. In Finland, maybe the physical environment is quite safe. Maybe there are not so much natural phenomenon. But on the other hand, Finland is located in the very north, so in the winter there might be electricity cuts. So we need to prepare the physical problems affecting our digital world, like power cuts, etc. But obviously on the digital world, it's the cybercrime, there are the state actors maybe trying to affect on government organizations, private sector organizations. And the only thing we can do is try to comply and train what is the legislation and what are the best practices and policies that we can follow up. So I'm focusing on this sectoral and organizational level. I'm sorry the slide doesn't really seem very well, but in Finland we have categorized cybersecurity training and digital preparedness training on several different levels. So it starts obviously with the organization's own staff training. Every government agency, ministry, NGO, private company, they have their sort of yearly trainings on how to prepare for cybersecurity threats. There are mandatory training programs for all the government officials that they need to adjust every year, to go through every year, to be prepared on all the personal level threats, which might also affect the organizational security. Then we have these things called sectoral exercises, which mean, let's say, all the agencies on the area of the Ministry of Finance dealing with the financial issues of Finland train together. So it's like a sectoral preparedness training. Then we have a thing called sectoral dependency exercises, which mean cross-sectoral exercises. We heard yesterday about these problems that your data is linked, your services are linked. Obviously, there's a long list of possible threats when you're thinking about digital government. The enter points could be any agency connected to another agency. So we have these cross-sectoral trainings. And then at some points we have these strategic trainings which are happening on the national level, on the whole country is training and preparing. But what I'm going to share you information about is this collaboration exercise called taisto. And taisto is a Finnish word, it means fight. And we branded this a yearly exercise. So every Finnish organization trains once a year for taisto to prepare for the digital preparedness, all the cybersecurity threats against organizational level. And this exercise focuses not on the technical preparedness. We are not training on how to defend ourselves with the wirefalls. This exercise focuses on how the organization and the people work together when something happens. So this exercise is prepared and planned together for the private sector, non-governmental sector, and private sector, and it's free. It means for the participating organizations and the people, it's free to participate. And the idea is to practice, test, and develop digital security operating models. Now we're talking about the processes within the organization itself. How does the management operate in a situation? How does the communications work in these situations? How does the business owners make sure that the business is continuing? How does the technical guys in the end communicate for, let's say, for the companies providing the digital infrastructure? So it's a training about the cooperation of the people. And as I said, people are the weakest link. And the idea is that this yearly exercise focuses on incident management. And this is an exercise which you can't prepare. As I said, my topic is preparing for unprepared. So every single exercise is unique. I have been taking part of those myself while in the Finnish Digital Agency, since I'm the Secretary General of the Management Board. And they might start, the exercise day might start by you getting a phone call from a media representative asking, why is population register data available in the dark web? What's your answer as the Director General? So it might start whatever kind of crisis, or it might start by saying, for some reason, all the digital services of your agency are now offline. And you don't know whether it's a power cut, whether it's an infrastructural issue, whether there's some sort of DDoS hack coming on, whether you have been actually phished, is your data compromised, whatever. So it tries to train the organization and everyone working in the organization to communicate and have a process and a line what to do in this kind of disruptive situations. And every year, the script, the manuscript that's been built for this exercise, it tries to reflect the current threats, what might happen. So last year when we had this training in December, it was about the power cables, actually the underwater cables being cut on the Baltic Sea, which actually happened like 2 years ago. And it was training what happens when the cloud services that the Finnish government is using are actually not working properly. People are not getting access to their digital services. So how do we have this load process? Do we have any manual processes to sort of support when the digital services are partially offline? And as I said, this exercise is developed by the agency where I'm coming from, Finnish Digital Agency. But we have been working with the Finnish Central Criminal Police, the Union of Municipalities, so there are like 300 municipalities in Finland, so there's a union of municipalities representing them, and the Cybersecurity Center and the Office of Data Protection, it's called Ombudsman, but Commission in Finland, and then there's the Security Committee, which is like a national level operators working on security issues. And as I said, this is organized every year. And there are hundreds and hundreds of organizations. I have a little bit of statistics about this. This was last year, so the idea is that organizations can choose. There will be every December there are 4 training days, every Thursday for 1 month. And the organizations can choose whether they attend a half-a-day training, so it's like half a smaller exercise, or they can attend for the whole day. And it is the largest digital preparedness exercise in Finland, including also the private sector, which are providing this kind of as a service as well. Last year, this was the 7th exercise in a row. So we have been building this yearly for nearly almost 10 years, because the planning was started already before we organized the first exercise. There are approximately 10 representatives of each organization in a team yearly. So there's about 10 people from each organization to take a part on this training. Last year there was 450 organizations, both public, private, and NGOs, to take part on this preparedness training. And over 4,000 people took part last year. And there has been, since 2018, there has been 1,800 teams training, and over 10,000 government officials and employers of the private companies have been doing this training, how to prepare for unprepared. This can't be seen very well, but one of the key ideas of this training is that it's transparent. So actually, if you go on LinkedIn and type in Taisto, the fight, you can find a lot of publications. So all the Finnish organizations who take part on this exercise, they actually share what they've learned online to each other. They share on LinkedIn what they are doing, how the day goes, and what are the key findings on their organizations, where to improve. So we wanted to make it as transparent as possible. So all the findings are being shared instead of hidden, like, okay, our organization found out that there's a mishap in communication between, let's say, the business owners and their communications or for the outside. So they actually share that we found out this, and now we are going to improve it. This is how we're going to get it better in the next time. So you can find those online, and you can also find a lot of English versions where they are explaining how the training went and what did they find out, what were the key learnings. And as I said, the main objectives of this is to develop the management, leadership and communication on digital security incident handling. So it's a training of the process and communications. The idea is to make sure that the organization has trained and their processes on how to continue the business, whether it's a private company or a government organization. That's the main idea. What do we do to get over this incident? The technical side might go for weeks, but how do we make sure that the services are being provided? Business continues. Also, one of the key things is, which have been sort of a top topic today and yesterday, is the personal data protection. So sometimes the training starts, and typically it might include part where some personal data has been also breached. So the organizations train on how to make the required notifications. We heard about Dr. Mikilia, that there's an online processes. That's the same in Finland. There are processes in place for the officials who you need to notify and how. But we are training this in the organizations. Do the organizations know what to do? And also how to notify the data subjects, meaning the persons whose data has been breached. There's a short information about this, but it's just from last year. Who are the people and the type of organizations who are training? So in Finland, most of the organizations are part of the municipalities, government. There's a third sector, educational sector, etc. You can see it from there. And most of those who are taking part are ICT specialists. We mentioned CISOs here, so they're obviously part of that in Finland. And then executive level, like the management board, managers, director generals, etc. And then the data protection officers and communication specialists. So this is the core team handling a sort of data breach or any kind of cybersecurity incident. And the idea is to actually test organizations' own effectiveness of policies, processes, and plans. So there needs to be like a process and a plan within the organization. It can't be a general one. It needs to be practiced, described, documented, and trained. How do we do? What do we do in this case? There's a cyber incident. Also, the idea is to try to through training to understand what are the sort of the factors that influence action. So meaning our behavior. Why didn't I understand this? Why didn't I do that? Why didn't we communicate on that when there was a process? So to basically train the human behavior under pressure, that kind of thing. And also to understand the interdependencies, you know, the connections within the organization itself, and maybe actors like stakeholders, ICT companies in the case of government organizations providing digital services, etc. And also to understand what kind of emerging risks there might be coming towards our organization. Also, this is to train the leadership, because if there's no management involved or the processes for like these incident management situations, then in Finland at least we know nothing happens. So although the staff trains, there needs to be the strong participation from the management, especially on the government level, where the decisions are making on the director general or deputy director general level or director level. So they need to also train that what needs to be done in the right time. The basic idea is to develop the staff skills and also the crisis communications, which is important. It depends on whether you are communicating to the stakeholders, whether you're communicating to your clients, in this sense, whether they are the citizens or business clients, or whether you are communicating to the media. All these aspects need to be addressed in the training. Here's a short introduction how it goes. So this is sort of a concept that we've done yearly. The first phase is to prepare for the exercise. So organizations can join in. they send out information that they want to take a part on this, they name a contact person. And that contact person is going to form a team within that training organization. And there's no pre-made list, so they can choose. If it's a small organization, maybe there's just a director or business owner and a couple of persons. With big organizations, we have seen teams where there might have been 20 people or more training. And they provide the registration for our agency, update the information, have the practical arrangements, like during that day they need to have a meeting room and then virtual connections if it's an organization that's participating from different cities, for example. And there's a preparational materials that they need to take a look before the exercise. So there's like an exercise platform that they need to know how to use. On the training day, this is led, there's a sort of taisto leader in our agency who starts the exercise, but in every organization the contact person actually starts and ends the exercise, and also have this kind of agile idea of having the post-briefing after the exercise. So the team goes through how did it feel, what did they learn, what went well, what went bad, etc. And the trainees in the organizations, typically there's someone leading in that team, which is to actually use the training platform to share the information, what is happening. Usually there's the communication manager or someone from the communications team to take part, because this communications is so important part of the training. Then there's the observer. It can be somebody from outsourced organization who is just watching, making notes like what went well, you know, like a trainer saying like, okay, or a coach making notes. And then it can be seen there, but obviously all the participants act on their position. Depending if you're a business owner, you work as if you're a business owner in this imaginary situation. And after the exercise, there's always a follow-up. So they need to provide feedback for the Finnish Digital Agency, fill in the forms to tell what went well, how did they feel. So based on the feedback, this exercise is evolved and developed every year. As I mentioned, this training is sort of a concept that we built up in Finland, which means it's like a scripted training. So we've created the concept, the roles, running manuscripts, guidelines, exercise templates for trainers to take part and the organizations to join in. There's a training diary which can be used to make notes on how the exercise went. Then there's the observers guidelines and memory lists and all sort of support materials. So it's like a concept that we are providing for free for all the government agencies, private sector organizations and NGOs. This is from 23. I couldn't find yet last year's feedback since I'm now here. But the 23, 99% of those people, those hundreds and hundreds of people, find this day useful. That it helped, it wasn't a waste of their time. And 96% of that this exercise developed actually improved the organization's preparedness for cybersecurity issues and digital incidents. So we know during the past 7 years, this year is going to be the 8th, so we know it has been significantly improving all the Finnish organizations' preparedness on different kind of digital security threats and incidents. This is in Finnish case. In Finland, typically the problems are after the training session, the participants, the management, everybody, the observer, typical problems are in preparing is the missing of instructions, or they are not up to date, So you might have processes and instructions what to do, but they haven't been updated. That's a very typical finding. Or there are no strict guidelines at all. Who needs to decide what is the process, how do we handle this, what is happening to us at this point? Or there's no knowledge about the regulations, or maybe even the legislation or policies that should be adapted in this case. This is typical for small companies, maybe NGOs, but also for small municipalities in Finland. And the third one, which is typical, is the roles, responsibilities. Who has the mandate to decide, let's say, we don't know what is happening with our digital service. Is it under DDoS? Has it been hacked? Who has, for example, the mandate to say immediately, close down the service until we know? In Finland, we find out that there are a lot of these roles are missing. So maybe the business owner, maybe the technical guy is saying, no, we can see there's something happening. Maybe the data is being lost. Are we losing money? We don't know. But there's no clear decision-making mandate. This is Finnish experience note. So one of the things on those trainings we found out to clarify the roles. There needs to be a clear responsibilities in digital world. Who can decide? What do we do? The same goes with the communications, because you need to communicate at the right things, be honest. But if you communicate it in the wrong way, you might affect chaos within the citizens or within your clients. Okay, that's my short presentation on this Finnish digital preparedness and cybersecurity training. And I think this is something that we in Finland have found very useful. And I think listening to today and yesterday especially, I think as mentioned, human is the weakest link. So I think this is something that maybe could be useful to benchmark and have here as well, to train between the people and organizations. Thank you. Asante.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jan, from Digital for Tanzania project, for your insightful presentation. Before we go for discussion and question and answers, I would like to welcome Mr. Yusuf Kileo for presentation number 10, which is Understand Cyber Threats Intelligence. So you can present your presentation, and then when Mr. Kileo concludes his presentation, I would like to invite again Mr. Jan to come on and sit for panel discussion with all delegates. So a round of applause to Mr. Yusuf Kileo, please.
Good afternoon. Mbona sisikii sauti ama tumechoka? Good afternoon. Standing between lunch is always a tough thing. Sasa nitajaribu kuifanya hii iwe rahisi kidogo. So today I was asked to talk of cyber threat intelligence. And thanks to my all other presenter, they made my work very easy, because they spoke of many challenges that we have. They spoke of the threats that we currently experience, the emerging threats in a cyberspace. They spoke of initiatives and so on. So I think my work won't be that difficult. I want to start with this one. We no longer live in fortress like the old people that we normally see on those old movies, where if you want to break into them, then you need to get there, start working hard to get inside the certain palace, and then that when things start collapsing. Nowadays, we live in what we call digital age. And digital age, we mostly transact on digital platforms, we communicate on these digital platforms and so on. So this brought about a serious challenge on cybersecurity. Nowadays, we have a lot of cyber threats, and no one is safe. And I'm happy that most of these other presenters, they spoke that we don't have 100% security. Not only that we do not have 100% security, but everyone is a target. All you and I are target to these cyber criminals. So basically, I was reading the other time the story of the Star from Kenya. They said each day they experience 1 million threats in Kenya. I think TZ said they also monitor our threats. How often people try to access our data, access our money, try to cause data breaches and so on. So we have that serious problem across many countries in this world. So everyone can be a target, and if you're not a victim today, you might be a victim tomorrow. I always love to give my experience when I fall victims when I was second year in my first degree. And it's a long story, but bottom line is I have fallen victim several times, regardless of where I stand as a cybersecurity person. So as I've said, everyone is a target. If you're not a victim today, you can't be a victim tomorrow. That's why it's very important to understand the story of cybersecurity, threat intelligence, threat hunting, and all other things of note. Now, we have attacker, motivation, and tactics. And thank God, most of these presenters, they spoke of these things as well. That we have attacker from different places, they have different motives, and they have different tactics. So here, I'm sure you're going to get the presentation. You will see we have state-affiliated, we have those hacktivists, and we have many other kind of attacker. And of course, you can see some industry, targeted industry, and so on. Then, I want to speak of impact of cyber attack, where I think most of us, we did not really, most of other speakers, they spoke of it, but they did not really touch it. I think all these kind of impacts were not really well touched, so I want to concentrate on that. Number one, these cyber attacks and cyber threats pose a serious threat to our national security or our organization's security. So we have organizations. You may fall victim to data breaches. You may fall victim to impersonation and so on. And all these pose a serious threat, whether it's an organization, individuals, or national security threats. But also can lead to loss of customer or business. Just imagine, every time you're the only one crying that you have fallen victim to cyber attack. You can't provide service that people need. Definitely people will start jumping from your organization to other organizations. Just because you have been experiencing distributed denial of service attack or ransomware attacks or any other sorts of attacks. In addition, we have lost of those data. That's why we have Data Protection Commission. That's why we have Data Protection Act. Because critical data can be lost because of these cyber data breaches that we mostly experience in our organization. In addition, we have danger of goodwill and reputation. And this is a serious issue. That's why sometimes people do not like to report incidents, because they fear of reputation. People will think of what, that we trusted you with our money, and unfortunately now are in wrong hands, or we trusted with our data, and now they are in the wrong hands. So reputational and goodwill also is one of the serious impact of these cyber attacks. In addition, we have loss in revenue. I like this one a lot because I think many people do not understand. And that's why the other time I was having a discussion speaking of how the service may go down. For sometimes, people cannot transact. People cannot make calls, for example. People cannot do this and that. The government does not do business. When you transact, it collects revenue. That's how economy is built upon it. So if people can no longer receive such services, then the revenue will not be collected. That will lead to economic consequences. So this is very, very important. That's why we need to take these cybersecurity issues very serious. Because if our country is held hostage with cyber criminals and we cannot do anything, I think it's happened in several countries, we have seen it, then the economy of our country will be in jeopardy. In addition, we have temporary or permanent closure. I've seen several companies that have shut down their business because of cyber attacks. And I've seen several, they temporarily shut down their business because of cyber attacks. So these things also is one of the serious impact of cyber attacks in our organization. But also people can go to court. We have seen cases, now we have seen people can complain, they can go to court, they can request compensation. That lead also with reputational damage and so on. In addition, we have danger of terrorism. We have seen a lot now. Now some of the cyber terrorists are also causing a serious trouble to our countries, whether stealing money or causing or attacking critical infrastructure where we cannot receive those sensitive services and so on. In addition, we have story of time wasted. We lose a lot of time fixing these cyber-related issues while we can invest heavily on being proactive instead of starting fixing the problem once it happened. That's why I always say prevention is always better than cure. And of course, we have heard the story of ransomware attack in several organizations. We saw those organizations were unable to produce new cars for 3 days, for example, the story of Renault. We have seen the story of Toyota that they were having serious trouble on the same as well. So these kind of scenarios that you can no longer be productive because of cyber attacks is one of the serious challenges that we need to look at closely. In addition, we have another thing that I want to talk of, because many people normally ask me this question. So, Kileo, what are the issues? Because cyber attacks are now and then are keeping coming up. We have a lot of challenges. People are troubling. Money, the story of, how do we call it? This people being conned on social media. Pesa tuma huku tuma kule. And there are many other scenarios that we currently have. They don't go away. So what are the issues? I think this is a serious thing that we need to address. And I think this is where now I may concentrate a little bit before I go to the actual threat intelligence. And this is part of threat intelligence, by the way. So I put my presentation into 4 stages: prevention, detection, and then investigation and prosecution. When it comes to prevention of these cyber attacks, the serious challenge that we have is awareness. I think all other speakers spoke on the same thing, that people lack awareness. They do not understand the do's and don'ts. They can't understand that, for example, the story of verification before you do the transaction. When you receive such kind of messages where they ask you, ile pesa ulikuwa tume huku tuma kule, instead of doing verification, the story of Sitapeliki, the campaign that is ongoing. So people have serious challenge with awareness. And this is a big problem to most of our organizations. And of course, different countries cry on the same. So I always call upon different organizations and countries to invest heavily on cybersecurity awareness. Number 2, we have a serious problem with security policies. You can ask yourself, how many of us have those security policies in place? The do's and don'ts in our organizations. And the security policy, I've been reviewing security policies to different organizations in and outside the country. We normally have 3 challenges with these security policies. Number 1, you may find organization probably do not have at all these cybersecurity policies. So the individual within those organizations, they do not know what are the do's and don'ts within the organization. How do we create strong password? What are the need for you to do in order to access a certain file, data, or something like that? So these happen to be a serious problem in most of the organizations. But number two, people might have policies, cybersecurity policies, but when you go and start reviewing those policies, you find they copy somewhere and paste. And in a weird scenario that I found from my experience, some they copy even from completely opposite organization. And then you paste your organization, you expect to resolve the challenges within your organization, something which is not right. But another thing, you may have a very good security policy that address many things. You did it from the scratch, following all those 10 procedures to come up with best security policy in your organization. But unfortunately, that security policy is not available to those users. They are not aware of that security policy. What are the do's and don'ts? So now that, again, becomes a serious challenge. But another thing that we normally have is about threat management. How do we manage our threats in our organization, in our institution, in our country? What are sort of things that we put in place to manage our threats? Do we know how do we manage these serious threats that are coming to our organization? Measures, tools, and so on. Now, we are going to look at it at length when the time as the time goes on. But another thing, we have a serious problem with skills shortage. We all agree that there's skills shortage. I've seen here, people are saying that we need to recruit chief cybersecurity officer, data protection, analysts, and so on. Very good. But do we have them? You may find an institution with many, many people, 1,000 people, but their IT team has only 2 to 3 people. Initially, I used to hear that they say, you know, Kileo, we don't have a lot of security personnel in our country or in our African countries. Most African countries, they have similar problem. And I used to agree then that probably, yes, that's a problem that we can't really have those skill sets. But nowadays, if you look at Tanzania, for example, we have UDOM, TIA, and many other universities that create these individuals. The very bright students that I've met in now and then, talking to them, I feel that they can be very proactive, they can help our organization to resolve different challenges, but unfortunately, we do not use them. But unfortunately, we do not have them to create those places within our organization so that we can utilize them to resolve challenges in our organizations. Data Protection Commissioner forced people to have data protection officers. And that's why many people start complying, recruiting those data protection officers. Some I've heard, they try to use someone, you know, you are in a legal team, whatever, just now you will be now a new data protection officers. We need to take these things serious if you want really to proceed or to be able to be proactive in our organizations. Now, prevention. Now let us talk of detection. A serious problem with detection is weak detection mechanism. Things like DLPs, intrusion detection systems, and so on. We normally see organizations that don't invest heavily on these tools that they can help them detect things before they happen. And unfortunately, these put a lot of organizations at risk. So we have this problem with detection and mechanism. We have very weak detection mechanism in most of organizations that we need to put a lot of effort to make sure that we move forward. In addition, cross-industry collaboration. I've heard here a lot of songs saying that we need to collaborate, government, private sectors, this and that, education sectors, what, blah, blah. Very good. But do we put these kind of words that we normally talk of in action? Because you find people do not really collaborate. You find institutions dealing with one thing, but they do not share intelligence. They do not share info. As a result, you find a certain attack happen to one organization. In 2-3 days, the next organization is hit with similar attack. They never share info. They never share intelligence. And when you try to ask these individuals, they will tell you, kifo cha wengi ni harusi. So I've been hated, ngoja na mwenzangu naye alie, tulio kwa pamoja, tuwe tunalia wengi. And that's a serious problem that we currently have in our organization. We do not collaborate. On the other hand, criminals collaborate heavily. They do not care where you are, what kind of person are you, is it you're from which country, color, and so on. They collaborate effectively using different tools, We have Maltego and others. They normally use them effectively to make sure that they collaborate and achieve their objective when they want it. So the collaboration also becomes a serious problem. When it comes to investigation, I've been to this field for some time, and I was lucky to serve in cybercrime unit under DCI. And we started the cybercrime unit. We were investigating different cases there. One thing that I've seen, we lack these tools to do proper investigation of different scenario to get the right person behind bar or to prosecute the right person. You find probably, and this is not a problem of only African countries. This is a global challenge. When you go to different places, that's why I remember the Santon Agreement, we were having these people behind tools. And you agreed that the tools, some of these tools need to be available freely, just like the criminal. They have their tools available online for free. And we agree that the other tools need to be reduced in terms of prices. So this is a serious problem when it comes to tools. You find that small tools that will do a certain thing become extremely expensive. You cannot afford it as an organization or as a country, and then you end up having troubles. Then, of course, the story of laws. Thank God in Tanzania, 2015, September 1st, we had a Cybercrime Act. Now we have a lot of acts. Now enforcement is another thing. Having those documentation is one thing, then enforcement is another thing. Seeing action happening and seeing, having those laws help us reduce troubles in our organization and country at large and continent and world at large is another thing as well. So we have problem with common laws prosecuting cyber crimes, and of course cyber crimes need to be prosecuted with cyber-related laws. Another thing we have is we normally do not know the hotspots. You hear the report says, for example, a certain country or a certain places or a certain region have a lot of cybercrime cases. Then the statistics are there. Maybe they have few faults here and there, but unfortunately we don't use them as a part of threat intelligence to make sure that we mitigate those challenges from happening. Another thing that we normally have, we need, on investigation, we do have methods that we normally agreed upon globally. And when I was trained of this, I realized the digital forensics investigation is not just a simple thing the way people probably think of. It has a lot of things to consider, the principles, a lot of things. So unfortunately, if you don't follow all these globally agreed principles and frameworks and so on, you may not get the right person in place. So the methods, the processes that we normally use sometimes need to be updated and be able to, so that we can be able to do the proper investigation of these high-tech crimes. When it comes to prosecutions, again, we have a challenge. I've heard many people saying that Kileo, we hear a lot of people committing crimes, cyberbullying on social medias and this and that, but we don't see action. So when it comes to prosecution, we have a serious problem with reporting and investigation and then prosecuting individual at the end. And also the laws that we normally use become challenging because sometimes the law cannot explain something. We need to update our laws. So these happen to be some of the issues that I decided to bring on board. Because of the interest of time, I'll move to the next slide. Now, let us look at the threat intelligence, because that was sort of giving you an idea of the challenges we have, the impact and so on, so that we can look at the threat intelligence. Threat intelligence, as you can see, this is the process of understanding the threats to our organizations. It mostly need us to collect a lot of data. It needs us to do a lot of reading, understanding the current threats, understanding the emerging threats, so that they can prepare to be proactive when it comes to dealing with cyber attacks. So all this is all about threat intelligence. How are you prepared? How are you looking at the current trends, the threats, analysis from other, we have had 2 countries here presented their experience. So how do you take those experience of those countries to merge with your own issues within your countries and be able to, those experiences help you to shape your cyberspace. So that's about threat intelligence. Now, threat intelligence, if you want to understand better, then you need to look at the common cyber threats that we normally experience. And good things, my colleagues spoke of them very much. 2024, we had many cyber threats, insider threats, social engineering, software update, supply chain attack, data breach on our mobile devices. Especially now, we migrate a lot of using these mobile devices, whether it's mobile phones, laptops, and so on. Phishing attacks, ransomware attacks, man-in-the-middle cryptojacking attacks. Because of these cryptocurrencies and mining cryptocurrencies, now cryptojacking become one of the serious threats. Also the story of IoT botnet and so on. But 2015, if you look at malware attack and so on, ransomware attack became one of the top cyber threats so far. And that's why I heard yesterday DG ICTC spoke of it heavily, that these are kind of threats that we need to look at very closely because it's going up. And because of now we have RAS, ransomware as a service, we have a lot of individuals. Now I think we have more than 27 a small company offering these things as a service. And you get this service for free until you get your payment. That's when you get money. So every person can commit ransomware attack. And that's why these things become a serious problem and serious threat to our countries, our organization, and we need to look at it in a different perspective. Actually, the other time I was presenting on how do we manage and how do we fight off cyber, this ransomware attack. And at the end, I mentioned some of the initiatives that we have to fight off ransomware attack. Now we have a project, a global project called No More Ransomware. How do we fight ransomware through that project of No More Ransomware? We discourage people from paying ransom. Instead, they should invest heavily on backups. So when you have any challenge with ransomware attack, you can go back to your backup and start and continue your business as nothing ever happened. But do we really follow that kind of thing? What about the awareness? How does a ransomware attack reach to our organizations? The story of email, clicking unwanted links on emails. The story of leaving different ports. I remember yesterday the lady Esther spoke of how the ports can be exploited and how ransomware gangs utilize those open ports to cause a serious problem. How do we mitigate those challenges? How do we be, how are we proactive on that particular area? That's a serious problem that we also need to address at length. Importance of cyber threat intelligence in cybersecurity. As you can see, it helps us identify potential threats. Very, very important. Also, it helps us improve the incident response. If you have an incident and you have a very good intelligence of those particular different sort of incidents, then you can be able to respond to incidents effectively. Also, it enhances the sort of threat hunting. I know now some of the banks in Tanzania also are investing heavily on threat hunting. It helps us understand the challenges before they reach our doorsteps. It helps us do many mitigation process before we fall victims and so on and so on. So cyber threat intelligence supports us on that. And also, it keeps us updated on current threats. I always wonder if an organization does not have those cybersecurity people in place, how will they even know about what kind of threats are currently troubling many organizations? And what should they do for them to remain safe? So these kind of things can be heavily supported with cyber threat intelligence. Two main sources of cyber threat intelligence. We have internal and external sources. Internal is your data. the activities within your network. How do people, those vulnerability assessment you do and you realize what is happening. And then you have the external one whereby you look at the data from outside. The news, blogs, different blogs speak of different threats and so on. The news, you hear the story of, for example, flights in America were grounded because of a certain a cyber attack. You hear the story, for example, Miami, their water was, cyber criminal managed to put more, is it chlorine on water? Yeah, put more chlorine so that the water could not be of use. You hear, for example, the story of a certain country. Their financial institutions were completely crippled and they were not able to transact for several hours or several days. So those kind of external sources or data, they will help you shape your own cyber security within your organization. In addition, I've mentioned already about these types of CTI, of course. Types of CTI, you have human readable and, of course, machine readable. Human, look at your people and how how we can utilize effectively security analysts, how they help us do this and that. And, of course, when it comes to machine readable, then we have a lot of tools there that can support us to be able to collect a lot of intelligence so that we can be able to protect our organizations and put our cybersecurity in check. Apart from CTI, now the power. I like this part also. The power of CTI, cyber threat intelligence. Cyber threat intelligence, it has many things here. I will share the slides, but I want to just give you in a summary. These are the 3 things I want to share. Cyber threat intelligence is very effective in supporting us to anticipate and prevent cyber threats, especially these ATPs, advanced persistent threats. If you invest heavily on threat intelligence or cyber threat intelligence, then you'll be able to anticipate easily and be proactive on these cyber threats before they cause damage. But also it supports us on identifying and detect challenges. That's why you have a lot of tools that support cyber threat intelligence that will shape and help you to detect early. Because you remember the other time, the story of Yahoo, they spent 4 years to detect they were falling victim to cyber attacks. So if you can be able to detect early the attack, then you can minimize the problem that comes along with it. And also it reduces the inevitable impact of advanced threats. If you fall victims and you have enough cyber threat, you have invested heavily on cyber threat intelligence, then you can be able to come back to normal as quickly as possible. The role of CTI in prevention, as I've said, these are the 3 things. One, it supports us, we look at the threat landscape. And I didn't want to talk of it much because most of the presenters they spoke of it. Different attacks, different threats we experience every now and then. I remember the mod post, the type Keen, that they were targeting our ATMs. The mod post where people, when you go to the supermarket, you try to do transaction. The money that you paid will be taken by cyber criminal. The money that you have paid also will be taken. And the information of your card, the mode post was a serious threat. But also remember the type KIN, the 7 code that people put on ATM, the ATM starts splitting money without having any, you don't have any card, you don't have anything. And many other kind of threat landscape that will help you understand what is happening and how you can get prepared before. Wanasema mwenzako akinyolewa weza kwa kotia maji, sindio? If you don't know something is happening on the other side, you cannot get prepared. So threats landscape. But also it helps us in vulnerability management. How do we manage the vulnerabilities within our organization? I think this thing is very important. I think many of my colleagues spoke of it. I don't want to speak more of it again, but we have a serious problem with vulnerability assessment. Or how do we manage these vulnerabilities in our organization? Yesterday I posed a question here, and I want to respond to it also myself. I've seen one serious mistake that we normally do when it comes to vulnerability assessment. You know, vulnerability assessment has 4 things that you need to check. Number 1, you need to do the vulnerability assessment to your people. Are your people aware of cybersecurity? The extent of awareness within your people, because people are the weakest link to the security chain. We all agreed upon that. And every security incident has human element. So if your people are not aware, then your people are vulnerable, then definitely you experience cybersecurity threats. Then we need to check on our processes and procedures within our organization. Your security policies, are they compatible with what you have within your organization? Look at the loopholes with your policies, procedures, strategies, and whichever the kind of processes that you have within your organizations. And then the technology part of it, where now the hacking part, the simulations that we have seen clearly yesterday, how people can exploit port and this and that, how you can close those ports, that's another thing. But also, what about the physical security? You may be having good awareness, you may be having good technologies in check, your policy and everything is in check, but unfortunately, physical security has a serious problem. So we do not, most of the time I find organizations do not really look at it in this way. That's why I say this is a common mistake that most vulnerability assessors do. And when you find loopholes, then fix it before it is too late. But also, we have the story of security awareness training. How do we train our people? How often do you train your people within your organizations? I know we have a lot of training institutions that provide security awareness program, capacity building, and so on. How often do we agree to those kind of things? So this is a serious challenge that we need to address, the policy and procedure development. I spoke of it on the challenges there, and the time is running very fast. Let me move on. The role of CTI in detection, as I've said, CTI also supports us in detection, early threat identification because of investing heavily on cyber threat intelligence, but also proactive defense strategies, because you know many things. You have learned a lot of things, threat hunting and threat intelligence combined together. You have your analysts there, they provide a lot of data, external data as well, I've seen from the previous slides. Then from there, you'll be able to be proactive when it comes to defense strategy. But also enhance incident response so that you can be able to understand all 7 steps of incident response. From step number 1, what do you need to do, to the step number 7. But also, it supports us with continuous improvement in our organization because of the current threat intelligence that you have invested in. The role of CTI in mitigation, number 1, it aids us in incident management. I spoke of it earlier. Also, it aids us in damage controls so that you can, for example, even if the attack comes to your organization, then it won't really bring serious trouble to your organization compared to those who have no idea of these threats and all. And also the story of recovery planning. How do we recover quickly from these cyber threats? Because we normally say, we have our say, that we do not really pay attention whether you fall victim to cyber attack or not. But we normally pay attention to what time did you spend to recover or get back to normal. So you might fall victims. Anyone can fall victims. And it's not something you should be surprised of. And no one can prevent that. But then how quickly can you recover when you fall victim? That's when we now start paying attention to. So this cyber threat intelligence will help you achieve that objective of coming back to normal as soon as possible. And of course, risk assessment, as I've mentioned, it's something that also this cyber threat intelligence supports us on it. And I think it's very important to understand that we really need to put a lot of effort on risk assessments. And when it comes to risk assessments, as I've said, it's BPT, your people, process, and technology as well. Critical infrastructure protection with CTI. We have critical infrastructure. They spoke of it. Most of my colleagues, they spoke of critical infrastructure. Transportation sector, health sector, financial institutions, health, water, these things like, DAWASA and so on. All these are critical infrastructure. If we do not put a lot of effort to protect this critical infrastructure, our SGR, our transportation sector, we always digitize a lot of things. So how do we protect this critical infrastructure? This is something that also we need to put a lot of effort on. And CTI support us on these particular things. I've mentioned many things here. I see my colleagues telling me the time is running very fast. Then you can see it provide valuable insight to ensure that compliance with these regulations, the story of third parties and so on. So CTI or critical infrastructure, the threat intelligence is one of the very important things to put in place so that you can be able to protect them very well. Also, how do we build, because I'm winding up, how do we build cyber threat intelligence? If you want to build cyber threat intelligence, we need to consider these things. Number one, you need to invest on technologies and tools. And I'll talk a bit of technologies and tools. But also we need to invest on collaboration and sharing of information. Threat intelligence is all about sharing information, sharing intelligence. Have fallen victims. Some people managed to breach to my data. They stole this and that. They stole my money. How do I share with this next organization so that the cyber criminal may not use the same technique to attack another organization? So that is all about sharing of info. So come up with mechanism. I've heard BOT. They are having the platform within the bank so they can share those intel and info so that they can minimize the risk. So that's very important. We need to adapt that in our institutions, in our government to government and so on, so that we can be able to do better. But also, we need to continue providing trainings on CTI. CTI, I've said this is just an introduction, just a little bit to understand, but CTI is a very big thing. People normally go through it, understanding things at length, the threats, how they happen, how to mitigate, the challenges other experience and so on. I've said about ransomware, the sort of insider threats, the sort of social engineering and all those types of social engineerings. Then, as I've said, I'll talk a bit of technology. We have many technologies that aid us on our threat intelligence. The buzzword today is zero trust. And I remember even the ICT Commission, the other meeting we had a presentation on zero trust. Because now many organizations, many countries are heavily investing on zero trust in order to support their threat intelligence and so on, of course, to mitigate and minimize the cyber-related challenges. But also the IAM, privilege access management, those multi-factor authentication. I've seen my colleagues spoke of it. Currently, we have how many factor of authentication? Do we know that how many factor of authentication currently we have? Esther, how many do we have? How many? Huh? How many factor of authentication currently we have? Multi-factor of authentication, how many? 3. Yes.
We have multi-factor authentication.
2 factors.
No, multi.
Yes, multi. How many so far that we currently have been deployed to many organizations?
I'm not sure. 2 factors is what was usually used. But now there's multi. People can use, and with AI you can use multiple factor authentication. It doesn't have to be 2 or 3 factor. It could be multiple.
Good answer. So far, currently, with all the research and what we have done, we have reached to 5 factor of authentications. And the 6th factor of authentication is also being researched, and I know some organizations have started implementing it, and it's working very well. So we have the story of username and password, what you have, or what do you know? And then we have the story, the OTP, the keys and so on, what do you have, the cards. And then we have the biometrics, the fingerprints and all. and then you have how do you do things, and then you have where you are, and then we have the time, the one that now people are starting to implement. All these are factors of authentication that we have to think of, because I wanted to emphasize this because most of us think of only those two factors of authentications. So we have multi-factor of authentication, as Esther clearly mentioned, and we have reached 5 that have, I know, fully implemented in many organizations. Now, we need to embrace tools as per our need. We have the software as a service, infrastructure as a service, on premises, bring your own devices. So we have different tools, different need. For example, bring your own devices. You can think of visual desktop infrastructure. Sindio? Then we have identity access management. You're talking about to ensure the right people get the right access to the right resources at the right time for the right reason, enabling the right business outcome. This is all about IAM. So that's one of the tools that you can think of to help you mitigate different challenges with these your organizations. The last tool I want to talk of is Zero Trust. And as I've said, Zero Trust can be normally leverage the story of multi-factor authentication, IAM, and other tools as well. The story of Zero Trust, as you can see, the center of Zero Trust is data. You need a lot of data to achieve the Zero Trust, yes. You need a lot of data to achieve Zero Trust, and definitely if you have enough data, and you want to make sure that the thing of Zero Trust, trust no one but verify everything. So is it the right person that need to access my resources? Do you have the right, those factors of authentication? Did you pass all those factors of authentication or not? So this is about Zero Trust. You're going to get the presentation. You will see how the Zero Trust can support our organization in terms of making sure that our organization remains safe. Core principle of the Zero Trust model, you need to re-examine your defaults. We have our defaults, access control, so think of re-examining them, leverage varieties of tools. As I've said, we have a lot of tools that they can aid on Zero Trust, and also enable real-time monitoring. Very, very important. This is how you can achieve, core principles of Zero Trust model. And of course, align the broader security strategy. We have different security strategy. You need to align with them so that you can achieve the objective. As I wind up, this is the principle, as I've said. And then after that, how to implement the last thing. How do we go and implement Zero Trust? Identify your sensitive data. This is number 1. Make sure you know your sensitive data. Yesterday, we heard about inventorying our data. People in many organizations, sometimes they do not know what kind of data do they possess. Inventory your data, limit access, the least privilege. People should have access to things they need to have access to. But also detect threats, monitor those activities, and also use baseline, compare current solution you have with the other best practice. That's also something else. Also apply analytics. So this is how you can implement Zero Trust. As I wind up, that is all about Zero Trust, how you can implement. And I've said this presentation will be available. You are going to have it. And that's it. Thank you. Now we'll be waiting for questions and answers.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Cleo. Yes, that was powerful. A round of applause, please, to Mr. Cleo. I know it's almost lunchtime, but obviously for the presentation, we have the previous presentation and this one, I would like to welcome our own Director General, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, to moderate the topic 4, which is harnessing cyberspace as an engine for economic growth. A round of applause for Dr. Mwasaga, please.
Tumaini, thank you very much. I thank my presenters for a very informative presentation. The topic of this session has to do with harnessing cyberspace as an engine of economic growth. So everything you have presented here, we want to connect them from security, cybersecurity standpoint, and growth of economy. And my questions will base on that. So I think sit somewhere there in between you guys. Mr. Kileo, you can move a bit. Just move here. And I will sit here. Ian, you can sit over there. This it will allow to get good pictures for this presentation. All right. So we had a very good discussion about how to get yourself prepared and the intelligence issue, the information that we are supposed to have. So I would like to start with Mr. Kileo. Once you gather all of that information, how can we connect it with the cyberspace and the issue of economic growth? That is, how can that be translated to the growth of economy, to the issue of creation of job, especially for youth in our country, and how to increase GDP, the issue of how can we foster investment in our cyberspace so that investors will be feeling comfortable to come to invest in Tanzania. You know it very well that we have a 10-year strategy for building our digital economy for our country. Once I've been asked, what's the meaning of digital economy? Of course, in the simplest way, we had analog economy, of which we know it very well, but many activities of analog, now they are going to digital. So as time goes, digital is eating analog economy, and that's where we are going now. So connect to me the issue of intelligence gathering in the issue of the cyber, and all of the factors that I have mentioned. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mosaga, for a very good question. Actually, as I've said earlier, if you look at it in different angles, one, you can look at it, for example, understanding the impact of cyber attacks. You know, if a country understands that cyber attacks has severe impact to our economy, when the system, the one I explained earlier, the system may go down, then people will not be able to transact, people will not be able to communicate, meaning we cannot collect revenue, and then definitely they will definitely need to think of investing heavily on protecting or investing on cybersecurity. Number two, it can, you know, the cyber threat intelligence also touches many things, like introduces many different people with different skills that need to support cybersecurity or to shape our cybersecurity. So there you have, we may, if an organization start thinking of investing heavily on threat intelligence and put a lot of measures when it comes to cybersecurity, they will think of employing our youth. That will be a job creation. The analysts, the threat hunters, the defenders, and so on. As a country, also the offenders, and so on. So then we have the story of that's the job creation. Then we have the story of we need to have tools. And tools, sometimes we need to localize them. We need to make sure that those tools, we push our youth within our country to come up with solutions. That's when now the innovations come on board. I've seen a young gentleman there the other time spoke of coming up with solution, and I think you awarded him there the other day to be a good developer. So those kind of innovations, the youth coming in our country to develop things that will align with our culture, traditions, and so on, that also will be another thing that will boost our economy as well. But also I can go on and on. As I've said, it has a lot of impact on our economy if we do well in cybersecurity. But the bottom line is, if you do not invest on cybersecurity, if you do not have enough intelligence on cybersecurity and do better as what the cyber threat intelligence tells you, then you have the serious implication of it is you can, as a country, as an organization, you can end up shutting down the organization. I've seen several organizations being shut down because of it. Some country, their economy, the DGP goes down because of it. We have seen yesterday, and of course, it's a global info, $10.5 trillion, the impact of these cyber attacks. So all these, if you connect them together, you will see they have a serious impact on our economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kileo, for that. And Yanni, you presented to us to prepare for an unprepared. And also, I want that to connect with the topic of our session of how can that be connected with economic growth, please.
Thank you, DJ. I would say it's a necessity for organizations to be prepared all sort of cyber incidents. So it's not a question of just how to improve the digital economy, it's how to make sure it's possible. So I can give you a couple of examples from Finland where actually Mr. Yusuf just described perfectly. So although Finland is highly digitized and there's a strong digital economy, there have been, in a couple of few years, huge cases where a particular private companies have had a security issues, ended up in massive data breach, which have in fact bankrupted those big companies overnight, basically. So without training, without the organizational capability on how to react, and then when you have a cyber threat, especially if you have a situation which is unknown, you know, you have no idea what is going on, you don't know the implications, and you need to go blind, then it's most important that whether it's a private organization or public organization, it needs to have trained for that. What is the first thing you need to do? And now I'm referring, you were talking about this intelligence before, sort of, but I'm talking about the training in that particular situation. The catastrophe has just hit you. And that can decide the whole future of this company or even a government organization. There was a huge data breach in the city where I'm coming. That's it's a public information, city of Helsinki. And that is in court. It's going to be in court. That's going to be the biggest data breach case in Finland. So without training, the consequences might be devastating for the digital economic growth. On the other hand, this kind of environment where companies are investing, they can showcase, they can be transparent about how they are training, how they are improving. It's also good for competition. Those companies succeed in Finland. Also, this creates a market for not just for the cyber specialists, security specialists, but it widens the business if you think about training. So there are a lot of possibilities also in the business-wide. And as I said, in Finland, public sector organizations have also adopted this transparency. So they tell publicly about afterwards, not particularly when taking care of that incident, but afterwards they tell publicly. Also companies do that, and they have been rewarded with the more business, with a better reputation, instead of losing their reputation or clients. So I would say that's my take on training and preparing on these incidents and its connectivity and connection to the digital economy.
Thank you very much, Jan, for that. So I'll leave now the space for our most valuable colleagues who are experts in cybersecurity to give comments or any question to our presenter. Any comments or questions? Yes, there's a hand over there.
Thanks to all presenters to preparing for unprepared. How are you able to conduct the training free? And yeah, And to Mr. Yusuf Kileo, I don't know if it is a question. I'm grateful for all your effort to help us students pursuing cybersecurity. But I have one more request, I think. I want to say we should be having like local certification for students, because you said we have so many students and people can't utilize them, but we have a problem. We don't have, I don't know if we have one, but I think we should be having local certification for cybersecurity, because my course cybersecurity, it's among the courses at my college that are paying high fees, and then I have to, after graduating, I have to go for some kind of certification, maybe certified ethical hacker, which I have to pay 2.9 M. And maybe most of us won't afford it. And in my class, there are just very few students who are certified. Some of them, they got fund from, they got voucher from TCRA, those who were winner for Cyber Champion. And most of others, they don't have. So if we could be having local certification for cybersecurity, because some of us we don't even want to work for maybe global institution. We just want to serve our fellow Tanzanians to stay secure. So if we can have Tanzanian certification, it would be easy for us to apply what we learn from school, even if we won't go to, even when we won't get employed in those big companies.
Oh, thank you very much. Other questions or comments? Esther.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Esther Mengi, and I'd like to say a comment and then pose a question. The panel has been talking about how can cybersecurity bring economic advancements in the country. So my comment is, when we're talking about cybersecurity, is one of the key components of digital trust. Yeah. So for our digital economy to really thrive, there has to be digital trust. The users who are using our platforms need to trust it. So it's not the only component. There's security, privacy, ethics, and others. There are like 5. Cybersecurity being one of them. And I'm glad that Mr. Kilo mentioned about innovation. So from yesterday's presentations and today's presentations, we have seen that there is a growing market for cyber crime. Yeah? So what are we doing as a country to encourage innovation in cybersecurity? We have seen there's so much innovation in fintech, and a lot of push and funds is given to fintech innovators, to edutech, but none to cyber security innovators, which kills even the drive for the developers to come up with a solution that's going to protect our nation, because they feel like there's no value in actually innovating for cybersecurity. So what plans do we have, or what should be done to make sure that innovation in cybersecurity is seen and people are encouraged to innovate, so that we can create a safer space where people are willing to trade and involve themselves more confidently in the digital spaces? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, Jan, you can start. The first question had 2 components. One is for you and one is Mr. Kileo.
Okay, thank you for your question. You were asking about how this ties to preparedness, preparing for unprepared training is for free. This is in Finland. Actually, the whole training was planned as a joint project between a lot of government organizations, but also private sector organizations and non-governmental organizations originally. So it was a cooperation in practice. But what comes to the funding, in Finland this whole preparedness training is seen as a vital part of national security. So this preparedness training every year, which is organized for 1 month, in every autumn. It's funded by the government, so it comes from the government budget. But it's not that much actually to organize the actual trainings, because it has been conceptualized, all the tools have been built. What it costs is the time of those people taking part on the training, because it's half a day or 1 day. But I would say we've seen a huge growth in the private sector organizations, big organizations taking part, and they are also ready to cooperate to further develop this, because they can see the benefits for their business. So that's the reason Finland has been doing this. But it's just about the business model. But I think as a nation, it's a very good return of investment for the whole country to run this kind of exercise. And I need to comment back, you're totally right, the trust is in the heart of the digital economy, and part of that is the cybersecurity and also the training and realizing. I fully support the idea of supporting more innovation fundings in the cybersecurity section. I think there's a lot of possibilities. I need to remember this when talking with the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just additional quick question. Can Digital for Tanzania project sponsor something of that sort?
For the innovations from the twinning project?
Yes, from the twinning project.
Unfortunately not, because it's so restricted about for the expertise coming in here. But there might be, hopefully in the future, there will be other instruments to support this. That's why I was listening that this could be a very good opportunity to support Tanzania on innovation and on cybersecurity on the private sector.
Mr. Kileo.
Thank you very much. I think I'll respond to two questions. One was about to localize these certifications. Currently, that I'm aware of, we are coming up with a very, very good plan for the cybersecurity individuals within our country. And I think we had a meeting with students here in Arusha. We discussed those matters, and there is something in a pipeline that will come on board if it goes as planned. This is the story of localizing certifications, embracing our local individuals in the cybersecurity field, and recognizing them, because I think they lack recognition. Most of them, their cries, we are not really recognized. We can do this and that, but we are not aware. People are not aware of us. So all these challenges will be well resolved. That one I can assure you of it. But number two, what can we do to enhance innovation in the cyberspace? I think if a country, which is now we are heading there, recognize the need of cybersecurity, understand the danger of cyber attack, definitely there will be a huge investment in that area. And definitely we will need a lot of people within the country to come up with different solutions. So we will promote innovation within our country. And when we promote innovation within our country, these individuals now will be able to come up with solution that fits our need. And that's when now the story of cybersecurity within our country will be able to, we will be able to resolve it the way we need it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kileo, for that answers. I want to just reiterate that ICT Commission is registering ICT experts, and we have a database of cybersecurity experts in our database. We ask for others who have not registered themselves. They have to come and register in our database, because our database is the most credible database of all ICT experts in our country. We don't register degrees. We register experts. So any expert can come and register in our database. We want to know all our experts in AI, in cybersecurity, and other places. As we talk now, we have more than 1,500 different experts. So to just complement your answer is we register them, and by registering us, it means you are free to practice as a cybersecurity expert. Important point that I would like many to understand is we don't register degrees or masters or PhD. We register experts. So any certification that you do, you come. Once you create your account, you can update it, and you can get the professional points. And those professional points will help you to move from one level to another level. Because we have very few consultants who have reached a consultant level in our databases. So with that, I thank my presenters for very nice presentation and the articulate answers that you have provided. I thank everyone for listening to the presentation and good question that you have given to our presenter. And with that, I would like to tell Mr. Tumaini that our session has come to end. We can go for lunch, and then we'll continue with other sessions which will follow after lunch. Thank you very much.
Just one photo for the moderator and presenter, please. Cameraman. Thank you so much, presenters and the moderator of the last session before lunch. Yes. And I've been reminded here, please, if you can still standing, we need to take some pictures before lunch for all delegates. So I would like the presenters and yesterday presenters to come forward so we can have one photo together. Presenters and moderators. We're going to begin with presenters and moderators, and then other delegates will follow. So we're going to have one picture of all presenters, and later delegates will come forward to take a memorable for 4th Tanzania Cybersecurity Forum.
Why don't we do it after lunch?
Lunch now. We are not going to proceed with the photos. We'll take the photos after the resolution. Okay? Thank you.
And these resolutions has they are consensual. You have to agree with it. It's not my resolution. It is what we have gathered that will guide us until the next cyber forum that we'll have. So it's very important for everyone to be around till the end so that we'll be able to read the resolution and we agree together, and those are the ones that will guide us until next year cyber forum that will be there. So bear with us. Let's go for lunch. We'll have another sessions, and then we'll read all of these resolution. To us, in a government, these are very important things because it tells us what the practitioners have seen as an issue and what we are supposed to do to ensure that we resolving all that. And that's the reason why when we started this forum yesterday, I started with a resolution that we had last year and what we have achieved and what were the challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director General, for the clarification. It's almost time for lunch. As you can see, the time is almost past. So we'll go for lunch for half an hour. We'll resume again after half an hour. Same lunch will be served at the Meru restaurant just before the reception.
Very important when we find solutions to all these threats of cybersecurity, to take advantage of Tanzanian innovative companies that they have solutions to provide different solutions to different institutions.
Thank you for inviting me to your cybersecurity forum for the second time. I'm really honored. I'm really pleased to be here in your beautiful country again.
Very important when we find solutions to all these threats of cybersecurity, to take advantage of Tanzanian innovative companies that they have solutions to provide different solutions to different institutions.
Thank you for inviting me to your cybersecurity forum for the second time. I'm really honored and I'm really pleased to be here in your beautiful country again.
Very important when we find solutions to all these threats of cybersecurity, to take advantage of.
Good afternoon. Well, we are the students from University of Dodoma. My name is Linda Kasubi, a third-year student pursuing computer network and digital forensics, computer network and information security engineering with my colleagues. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibrahim Boniface Francis from University of Dodoma. I'm a third-year student.
Good afternoon, everyone. By my name, I'm Brian Philbe Shirima from University of Dodoma. I'm undertaking Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity and Digital Forensic Engineering. I'm third-year student. Thank you very much.
Today, we would like to present what we have come with in our minds. Resilience research that we focus on turning digital risk into opportunity. And presented by us, three of us. Please, on to next slide. We're talking about resilience reemerging, that we aren't thinking threats just as the way they are, threats to threaten us, but as an opportunity, more likely. Because after you have been hacked, after you come from the hacked up being recovery, what next? How will you be able to maintain that figure to not be hacked anytime sooner. Because some of organizations are being hacked now, recovered from the hacked, and then being hacked again. Like, you have recovered, you have paid a lot of money from to recover your system back to be up again, but all of a sudden you are being down. Your system is unavailable, but that's an opportunity for some of us, because that's what we are. And we as youth or individuals in cybersecurity field, we have to think, what can we do more to avoid to be hacked again and again, and to maintain the more resilience of our systems and organizations. Please on to next. Okay, the key ideas that we have on this resilience emerging, but we have like five key main ideas that be ready before the trouble comes, work together, not alone. We have to be a teamwork from non-technical to technical steps. We have to use technology wisely, like why can hackers use AI to hack us, and why can we not use them to protect against ourselves? We have to learn from the mistakes and turn the risk into an opportunity. So, what I meant by being ready before the trouble comes, you have to set up, to think of security as the main core, not just as applicable features on our systems. You have to think of security from the methodology of development, where you design your system. How I want the functionality be. There you have to start from synchronize with the security together, hand in hand. Don't think just my functionality, I want to use login, be able to send and receive money, or download data, then after that what? But if you think of having a system that is being hand with hand from the start developed, while we have idea with a security background, like features, okay, what main feature I have to deal with when I'm logging, when I want to send file, what I want to receive file. So we have to think of all of that before we have to create the whole system, then start thinking, okay, you have already developed the security, your website, your organization compound, then you are starting to think, what extra security feature I have to add on? But we have to think of that before you have completely developed the security stuff of your organization, your website, or your mobile application, your whatsoever called. And working together, not alone, you have to work as a team. Most of time we see the workforce of security is based on the only security department in the organizations, and not integrated even to HRs. I'm sorry, but we have to do so. So when we think of working together, working together, not alone, we are not saying not alone like a security staff or me as me, but we have not alone within the organization. Not leave the security talk to security department only, but we have to integrate it within the whole organization. Because most of cases come in organizations just because of minor problems that the lesser technical staffs have done, maybe clicking of phishing email, maybe get phished, received a phishing call telling a manager to sign the certain document, because these things happen. Most of organization, non-technical staffs, like, I'm sorry if there is HRs here, maybe HRs, because most of the time, technical staffs inakuwa na shida. So, we have to integrate it. The technical staff with non-technical staff working together, having those campaigning within the organization. You are not supposed only to have campaigning to, having training only from according to their department. Maybe have the managerial department, they have to take the course of their management staffs, while the technical staffs have to take only their maybe introduction to whatever so-called maybe AI integrated with cybersecurity and whatever. But you can just tell the HR, learning this or training them how, giving them an campaigning how to avoid getting phished, how to avoid getting smished, vished. So to protect ourselves, how it works, we need to have collaboration, communication, that their benefit will be the organization will have a strong united team than having a separated team. And use of technology-wise, like, we are focusing on using and being more advanced than we have been before. Like our countries are coming in this cybersecurity field. So the introduction of AI we are coming with, you have to cope with the space of the technology, how it goes, not left it behind. You have to use the advanced tool to innovate more and think of innovative ideas that can be integrated with the upcoming technology like artificial intelligence, machine learning, that will be used to strengthen our security departments, our security features, our security organization and foundation at all, that will avoid us from being manipulated with just because of the lack of the technology, or the technology has spaced us away. And so, learning from mistakes. Learning from mistakes, we have to learn from it in a hard way. Sometimes not supposed to be in a hard way at all, but learning from mistakes have to go deeper. Why have this happened? Well, okay, I've been hacked, my account, I cannot access it. I as a chair, I as a cybersecurity analyst, I'm the organization. I can't log in on my profile. Okay, that has happened, you have recovered. What else? What else have you learned? How did the hackers get the access to your system? That we have to learn from it. Okay, maybe the hacker got your access from the database just because you have left some of an unorganized, parameterized arguments, then you use just SQL injection or just because there is misconfiguration to your database system, you have used the same configuration, the password, admin password. Some stuffs don't even think at all, not thinking, but something like that. They don't have to stress themselves, so they just use the same configuration from the manual, or just because they know admin, they set it, they go. And thereafter the hacker comes, access your database, but enough you have the same misconfiguration, the user's password, the admin username and password are set as admin, password, and got access to the database. That which is not right. So we have to learn from it. If it's a misconfiguration, next time we have to configure our database or our systems organizations more proper. Consider having proper configuration on your steps, on your systems, so you can avoid it to be hacked at the next time. And turning risk into opportunity. Turning risk into opportunity, we have to think of what opportunity can I get from Tumatwanabai? What opportunity can I get from, wait, let's say, mwenye nyumba amesema utume hela kwenye hii namba. That are financial frauds. So what kind of opportunity can we get from it? How can we diverge from it? Regardless of having campaigns only, but how can we go more and further to have opportunity from them? We have to innovate solutions, come with competitive edge and benefit like that. Oh, no, sorry. Fraud detection via Fraud Sentry. Fraud Sentry, this is a prototype, web-based, and not completely system. We have a prototype about it, that we have client and management services. The client will have to install the Android package from their devices, and after that, to allow it with some permissions like other Android packages, APK, allowing it with SMS permission with contacts, while the fraud entry system on IT services management will have all the authority to track down and track the sender's message so as we can have, and we can reduce and prevent those fraudulent that are having, spoiling the community that we are in right now. We have a lot of fraud issues from messages. People are acting on them out of curiosity, out of panicking. Some people come just out of luck, just because of the coincidence, because someone may be truly in debt with her landlord, and the message comes, tuma kulipa hii kwa namba hii, mimi ndo baba mwenye nyumba. Abrupt. Some people act out of panic. So with this fraud detection that we have come with, Fraud Sentry, I'd like to present here the PC. Can I get PC?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, guys. I will go very fast because we have some type of prototype system. We have not finished yet, but it was some idea from my team. We sat for 2 days to 3 days, but to generate some prototype. It is not the whole system. So we are going very fast in order to save time. Our system, which is called the Fraud Sentry system. First, why we came with this idea, it was because of something called smishing. What is smishing shortly? Smishing is about SMS phishing. It is combined of two issues. First is phishing, other thing is SMS. Why we came with this idea, it was because of we saw some type of kind of message that people are made frauding using SMSs. It was like, I don't know, I think it is some attack. People send some message, that say tuma tu namba hii, quotations please, tuma tu namba hii. So according to our knowledge, according to our nature, according to our thought in our school, in our university, we came with some ideas on how to generate some system that can help us to solve some problem issue about fraud in financial system. First, we have our system there. It contains about 7 issues, like 7 issues of them. First is dashboard. Our dashboard, it contains some fraud alerts that shows active payloads that are very high, at high risk, low risk, and some payloads which are having some message which are very risky to our system. And the other thing, it contains some payloads. These payloads, we are the ones who are generating payloads. Why are we generating payloads? Because we have come up with an idea on issues that people, most of them, are corrupted using SMS gateways. What are these SMS gateways? SMS gateways are some kinds of apps or applications which people use to create their own domains and their own message that use the ICP, Internet Service Provider, like them, in order to show that they're the ones who sent that message, like Tuma Tunambai, I don't know, Voda, Tigo, I think like that. These payloads work after entering in our system. You download this our system. You download the system. After download, it is coming like an APK form. When you download it, it will tell you to connect with the SMS. When you connect it directly to your SMS, it fetch the data. How does it fetch the data? When we send some malicious activities or some malicious message, you are going direct to some, we have connected report spam or block. When we have been sent a malicious attack or SMS, it tells you report spam or block that message. When you report spam, that our system, it will fetch direct your message, it will fetch your data from your phones direct to our system. And how does our system work? Our system work, we can track you can track send IP, you can track send metadata, that who sent you the message. How do we track them? As you can see in our system, we can track send ID, we can track source, source of information, who sends that message. We can track location. We can track the last activity that sender used to send that message. It can show how risk of the message which sender sent for you, either it is medium, low, or high. It can show some details when you click details button. When you go in the issue about, when you go in part of SMS management, we have like 5 issues. The first issue is detecting sender, who was the sender of the message. And the second issue, to detect content of the message. What was message which was sent? Like, as you can see there, we can see that click to here to win. Time which was sent, it was Wednesday, April 9, 2025 at 1:15 GMT. Status, either that message which it was tracked from your system, from your phone, is in our system, is either pending or we have worked on it, or we can block or we can track that message. Spam report. When you go to spam report, we have like 4 issues. The first issues, 5 issues. The first issues, we can detect the sender ID. The other issue is reason and solidated message. What does it mean? No, and time reported of the message. Another thing is the status of the message, that spam which you have sent for you. They have sent for you, not for us. And action of the message. And another issue is about our system also can generate a report of the whole issues which has happened on your phone. And another issue is metadata. We can trace metadata of the sender who sends the message. Only that. I think.
afternoon once again. As you can see, it is a prototype based. This system is under development, so we don't come with a complete system of showing what is going on. It is just an overview of our project, what we are going on. But I think when it is complete, and some support when you are getting, we'll deploy it. And also, the general issue that we are facing to now is concerning the general issue that we are facing to now is concerning about the privacy of the data in the issue of transmissions. But I think that problem soon will be solved, because all of that the system is under development. So we come with a prototyping of showing what we are proceeding with. So that is the prototype. It is not a complete systems or of showing what is that has to do with. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you so much, presenter. That's fine. Okay, thank you so much, presenters from the University of Dodoma, for your presentation. It's time now for audience. If you have a question, a complimentary discussion, you're most welcome. You can raise your hands.
My name is Nafiz Ali, computer science student and a cyber expert Institute of Finance Management. First of all, let me congratulate all three of you, students of UDOM, third year students of UDOM, achieving cyber security and digital infoforensic. I've got two questions. The first question, as you have said that you have not yet finished the system, but my question also will be facing the future of your system. How will you ensure the data privacy when analyzing the user message? The second question, how will the fraud message be recognized and flagged? For today, I'll only have those questions, but I think after the sessions, I'll have to add something on top. Thank you.
Are you going to respond to that, or you take another question? Okay.
Starting with your second questions, is concerning about say about how to get it.
how will the fraud's message be recognized and flagged?
First, considering about the new telephone number that has been entered into your device, that is our target. So once the message has been entered to your device, the APK that you are installing to your mobile phones, so what it do? It just like in a pop-up message. It will show you either to report or to save. If you save, I assure you are safe with your message. When you report, the message will be synced automatically and come to our system.
Thank you. There's an additional.
Some addition. Issue about how are we going to detect about flags in our system. First and foremost, what we created here is just a prototype, and it was about admin dashboard. But there will be a user dashboard that will contain a registration form that we will create and we will upload our payloads, which will generate direct or automatically in our SIM or phones. That payload, it will contain some registration usernames and your number, which will help us to know who was the main target, who was targeted, and the data which will fetch from you is not direct, and will not fetch your data is until you report spam, and from when you report spam, is direct from that message, not the whole system. Is until you report that spam on our system, is when we can detect or can fetch your data of how we have been attacked. And the issue about data privacy, it is our payload, it will only fetch your data when you allow us to take that data on your phone. It is only going to work on that number which you have reported spam, not the whole phone or the whole messages. And we will add some blockchain mechanism that will help us to block some issues or some message to our system.
Okay. Thank you so much. So are you adding something on that? Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Mr. there.
Okay. There's another question or?
Yeah, kuna kitu kingine nataka niwaulize. Let me ask you this in Swahili. Unajua unapotengeneza project, any kind of project, lazima tuangalie jamii. Sasa je, hicho kitu kwa jamii kwa mfano ambazo hawatumii smartphones, wanatumia simu ndogo, how itaenda kuwasaidia vipi kuweza perform those fraud detections?
Yes. Okay. And if you can answer in English, please.
In English, okay.
Please. Sir.
The upcoming development is all about, it's under the Android users, because we are going to develop the Android application that will be installed and acted in background processes. So to those people who are using none of smartphones, they aren't using the smartphones, that this problem our solution won't reach them shortly. But for those who are being with available using the smartphones, they'll be able to install the application and allow the message permission that can be synchronizing. So when you're receiving the message from the unsaved number, I'm sure most of you guys, when you're receiving the message from unknown numbers, it gives you the option to save the number or to report it, because if you have the curious, this message isn't mine, I wasn't supposed to be receiving this message. So you report it as spam. So the moment you report it as spam, it will be blocked, then it will be synchronized with the application. So we have the message direct to notification to our website. We have to see it and take action on it. Have I answered you?
I think on addition of it, it's better to add the module users who are not using smartphones. They can get an option to report by using that USSD, maybe the clicking nyota 100 na ngapi. Really after then labda kuna option wanaika hiyo namba alafu directly inakuja katika database yenu ambapo nyinyi sasa mnaweza mkamblock. I think that will be itakuwa better zaidi ili kutoa opportunity kubwa for kuweza kusolve changamoto za watu wengi kuliko specific challenges. Utakuwa bado hatuja solve the specific problem. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another question or another compliment. One of the objectives of Tanzania Cyber Security Forum is to empower innovators. I would love to hear from people who have got real challenge, telcos, banks, if there's anyone from corporate world, so at least we can give a really good feedback for the innovators. Yes, Karibu. If you can pass the microphone. Please say your name and the organization you're coming from.
Thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel Chaula from CRDB Bank, Enterprise Security Architect. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the colleagues from UDOM, basically students, for the good presentation and of course for the good initiative that you've brought in front of us today. So just to pass other gratitude and of course call for action for other universities as well. So in the industry recently, in the last 3 to 4 years, honestly UDOM has been the forefront in terms of producing talents. So this is also a call to other universities. Myself, I'm from UDism back then, but it feels somehow that most of the universities are lagging behind, and of course UDOM, which is of course a good thing because we are all Tanzanians, but other universities can learn how UDOM are accelerating and of course trying to produce talents that are aiding the cyber industry at a large capacity. So sharing the experience in the industry, and of course I also felt driven to give you the guidance. So of course it's where you are sitting at the moment is a promising field, a combination of software development and cybersecurity. This is of course the next thing that is coming, at least here in Tanzania. However, out there in the world, it's something that is already trending. So my feel is keep it up, but after this session, maybe we can have an opportunity to recap. I can share with you real world opportunities and problems that we face in enterprises. Myself, of course, from telco, we've faced a couple of challenges, whereas we've involved some of the students for developments, and of course we've tried to ensure that we continuously foster that engagement with students, but also recently in the banking. So of course there are a number of challenges, and of course there are opportunities where you can step in and make a real impact in the industry. However, there are some areas where I feel like now the call to the rest of the audience, and of course we have some policymakers here from the government, we also have some senior leaders from other corporate and private organizations. I think this is a call for us to provide the right support to the up-and-coming innovators, such as the students and of course recent graduates as well. They need guidance. That is something that is evident. And of course, whenever there is an opportunity for them to be supported, as how some of the other organizations have done, to provide them with a platform where they can showcase their skills, but also to see where they can bridge the gap in terms of providing us with solutions where we can save some money other than going and procure solutions from abroad. We can develop internal solutions, and of course we can save some money as well as ensure that we develop internal talents. So I think after the session we can have a time and chat, and then we can see where we can improve. I can share my comments and of course my insights, and then I think you guys will be good to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Real world problem, real world challenge. Thank you so much, delegates from CRDB, for your insight. Anyone from telecalls, please? No? We don't have any delegates from telecalls? Okay. I see your hands. Yes. Karibu Wash.
Thank you very much. Natoa pongezi kubwa sana. Congratulations for the pilot. So the presentation of the pilot, I've been working consistently with startups for 2 years, 2021, 2022, Tumaini hapo ni shahidi yangu. And I've learned all the steps that what startups go through. And one of the challenges is we want us to for it to be perfect. So that is one of the challenge. Waiting for it to be perfect might be a good a blessing or a disguise. For instance, they've given one of the recommendations is that you should integrate USSD, because a lot of Tanzanians don't have USSD, yeah? But I do understand and I do relate that you have Android at the moment. It's not a bad thing. It's a really good start. You can deploy by starting with Android users so that you get to have an experience instead of having USD and maybe iOS for you to go to the market. The other thing is technology. I'm sorry, I'm not the moderator, but how many Tanzanians have applications that are Tanzanian based, aside from telecoms, like M-Pesa, Swiss, CRDB? How many have applications that have been built by Tanzanians in this room? Nobody. So the government, I want to say, through experience, the infrastructure, the government is doing a really great job. Maybe even the private sector. We know that CRDB has Imbeju. We know that NMB has a mechanism. We know that Vodacom has a mechanism. But we, the users, we are not supporting. We have no interest. But of course, we will listen, we will applaud, but we won't act on it in adoption. So the challenge goes to adoption. While we might think that it's high level, that can promote a person to be able to move to the next step as a startup, what promotes it is adoption. Are we ready to support when we hear that that application has been deployed to the community? Ni kweli tuta-download, tutatumia? Sio kweli. So now they are building a very great solution, but if we are fortunate to be in this room and we are not adapting, yule our ground kule, those in the rural, they wouldn't, hata kienda na USSD, they wouldn't be interested. So I would like to, a call of action. I think it is time in our organizations, our ecosystems, we need to identify solutions that have been created by Tanzanians. Maybe we step up at supporting them like corporate, and maybe the government are supporting. I think they are the most supporters in this country compared to us individuals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A call for action, support and adoption. I'm sure the Director General of ICT Commission is here. Also, the Director of Personal Data Protection is here. The government is here, so obviously I believe it's going to be one of the resolution for call for support and adoption for local apps or local innovation that can be used in Tanzania. I know our time is out. We're out of time, but I'm going to take one question before I give the presenters to do the wrap up. One more question or complementary? Yes, Karibu. If you can be short, please.
Okay, thank you. My good names are Godfrey Gosbet, a cybersecurity researcher and full stack developer. I have a single question to those guys there. I want to know, in which research methodology that you are using to develop your system and your uniqueness in the industry. Taking an example of Truecaller, there is a free versions where they can do all of that stuff. So I want to know what is your real uniqueness in the industry so that people as technicals and non-technicals can think out and support to see what you can do for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're going to give you time to respond from those questions and complementary information from the delegates, so you can wrap up your session. Karibuni. 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. So, to answer your questions, the uniqueness that we have is that from the Truecaller first, the Truecaller, you say it's a free version, but the free version itself, I have used this several times of it. It doesn't give you the exact conclusion about it, right? Still, the Truecaller doesn't help us to know who did this or who did that unless you paid for it, right? So this first, the innovative idea that we have, it won't punch the person to pay for it. It only need you to download it and have it installed on your device and allow the several permission of contact and message permissions. So once you allow it, when you report the message as spam, the message won't bother you anymore. It will be blocked. But us will be taking action on it, having follow-up on the number that tracked you and send you message, because these messages are sending not direct to a person. They are being generated random numbers and be sent to different random numbers that are being generated by the hackers. So once it got you and you act on it, that is their favor. But once you block it and report it on spam, it's being blocked. What else? Does it have any action follow-up on it? So our application will be having extra mile follow-up on it, that tracking down the sender ID, where it comes from, and eliminate the gap of having a lot of hackers being eliminated from the huge to the lowest, or to having a community that no longer having those fraud financial. Have I answered you?
So what I think, the project or something to be called innovative, there is a way that it's produced. So if you are thinking of free versions and all to support that stuff, how will you sustain in the game?
How will
you sustain in the game?
Okay. Back on my response, this software, this system, we won't be monitoring us as we have, because we have the collaboration, we have to give this system to the government, right? We have to, because then we have the whole data. We have to communicate with the telecom companies. You see, we have to integrate this system, because I can't go there and have the direct location of the person unless I have integrated with the telecom companies. You got me?
Yeah, sure.
So the ISP will give me the privilege to know the exact location of the person, So when I have integrated with telecom companies, with the ministry they govern this communication, it will be easier unless as I stand alone, So I can't direct have the location of the person that send a fraudulent message to a person. That will be an illegal action. So if I have to go legally, I have to get integrated with telecom companies, the ISP, the Voda, the Tigo, because those guys have the exact location even of where I am right now. So I can go, the father have the location of somebody who's outside this room, but that is illegal act. That if I have to put it on my system, I'll be blocking some of the areas of communication legally. So if I have to go legally, I have to integrate with telecom companies, integrate with TCRI regulations, so to follow up with the regulation, the application, the system to be more legal, rather than being illegal. That will have unsolved problem, if I do so.
Thank you. But do you think it will be that easy to, because integration of the system with other third parties such as Tigo, TTCL, and other models, that are very broad and you are still starting up. It's a bit challenging. How do you stand on that? That's my last question.
We haven't said it easy. It will be challenging, and we are ready to tackle those challenges. So we are going to work on it.
Some addition, please. Sorry, bro. As we are starting to deploy or to create this project, we knew there is a challenge, and we are ready to overtake it. So, put in consideration, we will overcome them. Thank you very much.
One favor to Madam.
A question or a compliment, Elizabeth? Okay, that's fine. 1 minute of giving place. We are out of time, but I'm sure.
My name is Helena, and I am from the innovation part, or the innovation tech company. And I am very happy to hear this presentation here. I just wanted to encourage them that, let me speak Swahili. Kwenye innovation, it's good to have an idea. That's you're good to go. Na vitu vingine vyote utakutana nako mbele. The good thing, you have your idea in hand, utakutana na mentors, you will meet everyone that you need on your way. Kwa hiyo, do not give up, just keep on going, you will meet the right person. You just have to meet the right person, and I am sure kwamba on this platform you're already on a right platform. You have TCRI hapa ambao wanasikiliza these challenges ambazo kwa mfano kwenye kufanya integration. Maybe at later stage watakuja kuhitaji kupata labda kuintegrate hizo number. So this is also a call because we also meet these startups ama innovators who are facing the same problems. Unakuta mtu ana idea yake nzuri, but then in the end there's support inakuwa it takes a lot of time, which drains a lot from these innovators. So someone anaamua tu give up. So this is also a call for the other responsible institution to support this, wawe na hizo rooms za innovation, kupunguza ile mizunguko mingi, to help them kusogea mbele, so they are not overdrained, lakini pia tuweze kufikia hizo goals ambazo wanahitaji. So do not give up, na vitu vyote, meet mentors and everyone kwenye the process that you have. Thank you.
What's your good name? You didn't.
My name is Helena Frederick.
Which organization are you from?
I am from Sahara Accelerator.
Oh, I see. Thank you so much. This discussion has caused the attention of the Director General. Most welcome, Dr. Mwasaga.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add a point on the good work that they are doing. You know, actually, there are different models on how to innovate something. There's a model which is called you imitate, you perfect the imitation, and then you innovate later. And the others who are saying that you research, you develop, and you innovate. It takes time. So I want to encourage you to continue doing what you are doing, create your application. Later on, you'll find your best way. Don't be bogged down if someone is saying, what's the difference between, for example, Truecaller and what you are doing? Because we, as the ICT Commission, we want to promote more homegrown solutions. So keep imitating, create applications. You will perfect it later, because we want our solutions in Tanzania to compete with other people's solutions. The good thing that I normally want to tell people is, we know there was a Uber, right? But there are countries which created Bolt. So if there's a Truecaller and you create your application, keep on improving it, using your professors in your university to find a niche. But we want to compete with a local solution of Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Director General.
No, we have to.
No, Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much, group of students from University of Dodoma, for your insightful presentation. A round of Thank you. Just a note, in the morning, the first presentation was skipped because the presenter was, he didn't make to the venue, but now he's ready. Presentation number 6, strengthening Tanzania cybersecurity landscape from the global experience. And this is going to be presented virtually by Captain AJ Davidas Pruderi, a co-founder of Forensic Network and founder of Cyber NGO. He's going to present online. Captain AJ, if you're hearing us, please. You must welcome.
And I hope I'm audible to you there.
Good afternoon, Mr. AJ. You might proceed, please. Proceed, please.
Yes, just give me a minute, please.
So we can see your screen, Captain AJ.
Yes, thank you so much, and good afternoon to all of you. As covered, I apologize for not being there in person, but it is a privilege. Size nation in the world. I think 60% of the digital transaction is through India. And our cybersecurity framework evolution actually starts from the IT Act of 2000, thereafter the National Cybersecurity Policy of 2013, and thereafter the Cybersecurity Strategy, which is of 2020. What is the interest is that almost 2 billion budget has been given to critical sectors protection. Digital forensics and law enforcement is a chapter which we feel tends to get neglected in the cybersecurity domain, but in India, because of leads by universities such as National Forensic Science University and other agencies, digital forensics has taken a very large leap under the Ministry of Home Affairs, and we have more than 200 plus cyber crime cells, digital forensics and cyber labs in Hyderabad, and the National Cybersecurity Laboratory in Delhi. Many of your students and in neighboring countries study in India. And the growth in the CERT-IN, which has collaboration with over 20 countries and global security agencies, and it keeps issuing advisories more than 1,000 time to time. A point here is that CERT, every defense forces, armed forces, and paramilitary have their own CERT, which actually report or are under the guidance of CERT-IN. The types of cybersecurity incidents post Digital India initiative, actually the surge in Digital India started during COVID and it kept sustained. And therefore, with the surge came the attacks, which are up by almost 45%. At a very strategic level of targeting, it is at e-governance and digital payment systems. But the government has taken very, very large initiatives and public awareness campaigns, especially the Cyber Swachhata Kendra, which is very effective. In fact, I like to bring out in the photograph that the Prime Minister of India himself does a Man Ki Baat, that is a talk from his heart, where he talked about cybersecurity threat and the digital arrest. So what the point I'm trying to bring out is the national level importance given to cybersecurity and digital forensics. The most alarming part is the state-sponsored attacks, which is up by 30%, and the main sectors which are being targeted are defense, telecom, and power. The cybercrime surge, per se, we have 50,000 in 2020, up 18%. I don't have the latest figures, but they are increasing. And mainly they are targeted in states which are economically leading, which is Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Delhi. The financial impact accumulated by my team is almost an annual loss of $5 billion. We have 78% of Indian companies facing ransom attacks, and cyber insurance claims have gone up by 40%. The banking sector, I think we had a case in Uganda in November, December. I think and India has faced its own challenges. One bank, not to be named, lost $13 million. And the bank's RBI has also been allocating more than its share of percentage towards cybersecurity. Energy sector is one big area where we are facing challenges. We had Power Grid Corporation faced a malware attack, and thereafter we had an outage of the Maharashtra Electric Board, the most economically developed state in the country. We had malware and foreign actors were suspected, and thereafter we have 27% increase in 22 in the energy sector part. Telecom again is one area where attacks keep increasing. We have network levels, we have DOS and data interception. In case of 5G deployment, which is still rolling out, we have espionage and sabotage concerns, and the telecom operators have increased their budget by almost 25% toward this area. Academic institutions have been playing a vital role by aligning to the national institutions, that is CERT-IN, the NPIIC, etc., and basically aligning their syllabus, their examination patterns, their training patterns to these national institutions. And that is where the capacity building of India is coming up in a very good way. And even research, which I'll bring out in the last of a few of my last slides, is on the incentive and the funding given to startups to develop Indian-made solutions for cybersecurity and digital forensics. Incidentally, even our educational institutions have seen a 300% rise in cyber attacks, especially during COVID and post-COVID. Some current trends, and again, I would not like to go deep into it because many of the technical aspects have been covered in the last 2 days. So I'll just keep it on the top line. Ransomware as a service, the RAS, basically a renting of ransomware tools. And what is important is that sophisticated attacks are now accessible to low-skilled actors, and therefore it will keep rising. And as we see the trend in India, ransomware is in the rise, including targeting private companies. But what is worrying to us is the attack on critical infrastructure, wherein the national bodies actually play a more important part in taking the security aspects ahead. We are ranked second as far as ransomware attacks are concerned, and there are close to 70% plus of Indian organizations which are reporting ransomware attacks. AI-powered phishing, as the positive side is that we are using AI for cybersecurity and more innovations are coming up. But the AI-powered negative side of usage is generating and personalized phishing, evading filters and mimicking real writing and speech, social media data, and deepfake. Deepfake is, of course, a concern for everyone because of the manipulation and influencing of public opinion. And we see an alarming trend that AI phishing spikes. They always spike during elections, financial events, and also during military conflicts, in very, very strange coincidences in those areas. Moving ahead, there are certain other trends which are not related to cyber security but are of concern. That is the AI biasness for influencing public opinion, which comes to the bias correction in terms of algorithms, the AI generated misinformation. And with the increasing digital footprint into rural areas through telecom, we also see the impact in rural areas on this, especially during election or other political activities. Hacktivism, as a part of activism, is cyber security attacks motivated by political and social causes. Nowadays, it is even the sports stars in our country are not spared. Otherwise, we have website defacement, denial of services, digital protest against government, and also, like I said earlier, as a matter of coincidence, attacks during border conflicts and other activities. Dark web, again, remains a hidden network for anonymous communication and illegal trade. Incidentally, we were doing a project for understanding the dark web for trading of narcotics, explosives, and ammunition, which is where it becomes a very, very worrying segment and also necessary to monitor the dark web. Of course, it is a marketplace for stolen data, malware, and cybercrime services. It enables cybercrime as a service. And just an example, we had 6.2 million Indian card details on the dark web 2 years back. Coming to almost like the third part of this presentation is the challenges and threat. Of course, there are so many experts in the panel and in the audience today. I will not get into the details. But what is alarming is 40% of critical infrastructure lack so-called cybersecurity readiness. In our case, water supply and transportation remain vulnerable. And for that, the CERT got in the Cyber Crisis Management Plan for critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure in India is predominantly managed by the national entities. The cybersecurity workforce demand, this is actually a capacity gap issue, and that is why I want to compliment ICT Commission for actually taking this as a very serious matter and bringing in training institutions like supported by philanthropist organizations like Punjani Trust, JRIT, and other organizations. I don't know all the names, but some of them I just named. And in India, we also have the Cyber Shiksha. Shiksha means teaching, where government aims to train women in cybersecurity. And also, we have a new concept under the Ministry of Home Affairs called the Cyber Commandos. I can share more details on the Cyber Commando program later, but this is something that is likely to see its effect in 1 to 2 years' time. We also have AI and machine learning threats, wherein the government has issued AI safety guidelines, and industry experts are predicting rise in AI-based attacks. The emerging threats with penetration of more and more IoT devices in agriculture, industrial automation, etc. Our IoT incidents go up to 200%, and that is where there is a significant need to audit or to examine all the IoT devices before implementation. I think that is something that the ICT Commission can look into, because as automation comes into agriculture and precision agriculture, etc. And as far as IoT guidelines are concerned, while they are being circulated, there is a general assessment that they are not being widely implemented because the penetration and the sales of IoT devices has already taken place. As far as projected cyber threats are concerned, in the next 5 years, quantum computing attacks, AI ransomware will increase, and supply chain attacks will take place. A threat to defense we considered extremely critical. We had 3 incidences wherein defense companies' blueprints and designs were taken out. That happened during COVID also to the pharma and biotechnology companies. So it is not only the purpose of commercial that cyber attacks are taking place, it is also resulting in dilution of national wealth in terms of intellectual property and also a compromise of our very proprietary designs. Zero trust architecture adaptations, banks have taken it on in a very, very big way. And it is recommended even into the private companies who are handling citizens' data privacy issues. Reporting mechanism, like I said earlier, our 3 national institutions or national organizations are the CERT-IN, the NCIIPC, which is under the PMO's directions, and the DSCI, which actually more into advisory role and issues annual cybersecurity reports. Coming international collaborations, needless to say, we actually face cyber war is one of the only war wherein physical boundaries and physical borders do not play any role, because the attack on national wealth or even discrediting the national image comes from way cross-border players, including state-sponsored players who are hiding 3-4 layers behind. What I'm trying to bring out is that international collaborations is extremely important to come to accountability and recovery. And we interact very regularly, or we have a very strong collaboration, the Interpol, FBI, and ASEAN. There are global forums of cyber expertise, joint exercises are held. We have a strong partnership with East Africa and Africa. And I think this is where it's going to come in terms of accountability and nailing down the perpetrators. And as far as the legislation is concerned, like I said earlier, the National Cybersecurity Strategy Bill, we have $2 billion assigned, and the updated Data Protection Bill. Coming to prevention methods, resilience to digital forensics, yes. We have new labs, but they are predominantly towards the crime management system and accountability in crime. I'm sure you must be also be having the IT Evidence Act, which makes it the data or the results from the digital forensics tool admissible in court. But we are also indigenously developing, it's a central government body agency which is investing in AI forensics tool. Cybersecurity awareness actually comes down in our case to very, very grassroots level, including schools. And the Cyber Swachhata Kendra has actually resulted in reduced malware by 20%. CERT awareness programs is mainly executed through universities and some centralized agency, like we have the MSME Forum, which also conducts very, very reasonably priced programs. And then we have the public-private partnerships, wherein the NCIPC collaborates with private entities after due diligence and scrutiny, and partnership with universities and private companies for threat intelligence, but also for innovation. As far as investment in cybersecurity technology is concerned, we are 30% up on this year, and I think we're going to maintain the same. We have investment in encryption, SOCs, etc. I think it is very universal to any country. There's the cybersecurity policy developments and the AI-driven attack response, which is mainly the responsibility of CERT. We are looking at predictive AI for anomaly detection and reducing the response time by 30%. This would be of interest, and this also is an area where we have worked extensively during our defense and military projects. I can share more details with anybody who's interested to know what exactly these projects are. But just to list them out a few, there are 3 slides on this. Website defacement detection and mobile app scanner, social media monitoring tool, indigenous SIM solution, sanitization tool for air gap networks, AI-based threat detection, multi-engine AV solution, detection browser plugin, mitigating unauthorized USB device use. I think it is fairly common, but in some cases of social engineering, we had faced this problem earlier. Unauthorized data access, smartphone security application, decision support for unstructured data, GEM portal for cyber compliance, and secure USB solution. This secure USB solution is something that we are developing for military and organization which handles secret data. Industry 4.0 with Wi-Fi, automation of SOAR, Linux desktop, attack surface monitoring tool, phishing email and website detection, voice recognition for cyber frauds, are some of the startup projects that are already being undertaken for the defense and paramilitary. And the last slide on this is the bank statement analyzer, crypto intelligence and analysis, phishing domain and URL detection framework. Portable mobile forensic suite is something that has been successfully made, including something called a cyber kiosk. National Forensic Science University is one of the players in this cybersecurity challenges and development. And of course, training remains, or making customized courseware is one of the key areas of our startup ecosystem. In the startup ecosystem, incidentally, we have a fair amount of due diligence layers, and I would say it is a tough path to walk, but with the central government's focus on giving startups an option, or rather a window to come at this, you can say, lower level or the tactical levels of solution, finally leads to something that strengthens our cybersecurity and digital forensics capability. With that, I would just summarize by saying once again, it's a privilege for me to be talking on this forum. I'd like to thank DG ICT and the ICT team for giving me this opportunity. I have kept this presentation mainly from an Indian perspective as to what we have learned, how much is our investment and focus towards cybersecurity, how we are encouraging our research and development into AI, and how we are encouraging and pushing our ecosystem, especially the startups, to come up with Indian solutions to fight this cyber war, which is actually without any boundaries. With that, thank you very much, and I'll just close my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain AJ Davidas Prudare, for Insight Virtual presentation on strengthening Tanzania cybersecurity landscape from the global experience. We are now invite delegates to share questions, comments, or reflection on the presentation. Anyone have a question, reflection, or comments? No one? Yeah. Okay, so one question from Sahara Consult.
My name is Helena Frederick again, and thank you, Mr. Ajay, for the nice presentation. As I said, I come from a digital innovation company. I have a question to that. From the previous presentation, we have seen students from University of Dodoma as one of the who have an innovative idea on cybersecurity solutions. I just wanted to ask or to know, how do you support these startups from the idea level to come up to reality in India, that maybe we can also adapt to foster these solutions to come into reality? Thank you.
Thank you. Captain AJ,
yes.
Can you respond to that, please?
Yeah, can you just repeat the question so I can take it on?
Okay, my question is, what do you do to support, or what strategies do you use to support these startups or the innovators who have ideas to solve these cybersecurity problems?
What I understand is how we have built a ecosystem for startups. Am I right on the question?
That's right, Captain AJ.
Yeah.
How do you support the startup?
Yes. So to answer this, I would say this journey of startups coming into cybersecurity and digital forensics came about 5 to 7 years back with the present government. Firstly, initially till that time, it was a national institution like NC, IIPC, CERTIN, who were looking into this. But once the universities actually matched up their syllabus and training and research, including internship programs, to the national level, the startups started coming up with suo motu proprio. Suo motu means they came up with their own innovative ideas, but majority of the problem statements have been generated by the national organizations. In case of armed forces, Army, Navy, Air Force; in case of paramilitary, the other organization, and also the industry. So the challenges that I listed in my last 3 slides are actually problem statements brought out by the state and national level government bodies. Now, to encourage this, the Indian government decentralized funding. They have in fact made even universities as startup incubators, who have the correct environment to identify. And I think that is where our success story lies. Of course, the big ticket or the bigger sensitive cybersecurity and digital forensics projects are done by very big universities or the public sector unit organization. But if you see from a start point of view, our startups are now handling the field level or the user level problems, and slowly they will come up to that. But to summarily look at these two solutions, one is funding opportunities, and secondly, decentralized ecosystem of taking these challenges to the ground.
Thank you, Captain AJ. Is anyone, another comments or complimentary of the presentation? Okay, I think we're going to end there. Thank you so much, Captain AJ, for your presentation. Now we are moving on to our topic 5 about decentralizing cybercrime. Now I would like to welcome presenters from presentation number 12 from the Institute of Accountancy, Arusha. Presenters Sala Mwaisumo, Priscilla Lupenza, Zakia Abdu, and Tamim Rashidi. Welcome to the podium for your presentation. We're going to give you 25 minutes, please. A round of applause from the University of Accountancy, Arusha.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Damson Mwaisumo from Institute of Accountancy Arusha, and I'm an assistant lecturer. And here in front of you we have the young innovators led in cybersecurity. So, slide please.
This one going forwards.
This is forward. Okay, so forward. All right, so as I said, we are from Institute of Accountancy Arusha, so there is a bit of a misinterpretation. Actually, we are operating under Ministry of Finance, but also we don't have only finances programs. We have also tech, like we have IT, we have computer science, but also we have cybersecurity. So as digital transformation accelerates across sectors, also we as IAA, we recognize the critical importance of cybersecurity, like in safeguarding data, system, and digital infrastructure. So in that, we also have cybersecurity academic programs, as I said, and we have from level of bachelor degree and master cybersecurity, but also we provide workshop and industry training so that to spread the awareness about cybersecurity and cyber threats. But also we deal with encouraging research and innovation, especially when these students graduate from bachelor and masters. The one criteria for them to graduate is to have the project that is related to cybersecurity. But also we have invest in smart labs, so this is the future. We have the budget already there and we have the building. And what we are going to do about it, we are going to have 2 labs. The first one is for cybersecurity, and the other one is for machine language and AI. But also we have IA Business Lab Center. So This is the innovation hub where we incubate the students with ideas, whether it's tech-based or non-tech-based. They come with the solution, innovation solution, then we help them from an idea into tangible product, company, or whatever. And what we do, we provide the seed funds, we provide the capacity building, creditable address, we provide co-working spaces, but also we provide business development service, we provide conference facilities, and networking. So I wanted to do this a little bit of introduction. Then I'll welcome our incubatees, where we incubated them into our hub to explain what they are doing and their names, the success story that they have, how many people they have impacted so far, and what are the challenges. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamim Said Rashid, a third-year Bachelor of Cybersecurity at Institute of Accountants, Arusha. I'm the co-founder of SmartFi Technology, a tech company which deals with embedded device design based on IoT, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence. Also, at SmartFi Technology, we are dealing with providing training about this technology of embedded device based on Internet of Things and artificial intelligence to our fellow students. And currently, we achieved to have few students to this program called SmartFi Project Consultants. We train them about these embedded devices, how they can integrate the software and these embedded devices. When we talk about embedded devices, in brief, let me explain it in brief. Embedded devices are devices which are designed to perform a specific task. We are all surrounded with these embedded devices, okay? For instance, a microphone is an embedded device. A rice cooker is an embedded device. A camera, most of them are embedded devices. And we, as Tanzanian, we know that most of these gadgets or these embedded devices are imported from borders, okay? So I come up with an idea that I have a knowledge. What if can I start a campaign about these embedded devices? Then I join a community. I join a community of my fellow students who have the same passion like me, and we start to work on these embedded devices. And based on cybersecurity, I will talk on two projects that we have developed. The first project, it's called a multi-factor authenticator device. We all know that this is not new. There are several multi-factor devices everywhere, but we try to see that what are challenges on those devices and what can we implement to create new devices. So we created a device called a multi-factor authenticator device, which offers 3 levels of security. That is biometric, RFID scanning, and password entry. That it's based on what you know, what you have, and who are you, okay? Also, in brief, because we don't have a lot of time, in brief, we also create or deal with another project called NetPi. NetPi, this is device designed for simulation and training about cyber security. We all know that we are being surrounded with these embedded devices. Then we decide to create a device which scans vulnerability and can be used in training about this actual simulation and actual about cyber attacks like RFID cloning, IR cloning, radio frequency cloning and emission, Wi-Fi deauthentication, network jamming, and so on. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Zakia Abdul Nziguye, a student, third year cybersecurity, CEH master, and I'm a founder of IAA Cyber Club. Also, we have a successful history, in short, which we have impact for with as a cyber club at IAA, which is competing on CTFs and hands-on workshop, which our members have won and awarded as cyber champion in 2 years. Yeah, that's.
Hello everyone, my name is Priscilla Wallace Lupenza. I'm a cyber student from IAA. I'm in 3rd year and I'm founder for INSEC. So what for INSEC is a cybersecurity startup. We started to train people. We are doing capacity building. That was our initial problem, but we have a vision to grow even further. We are currently doing some project on security tools that will help people outside. So we, as a student, as a cyber student, as a girl, I faced so many challenges in my career, and I have friends who, like, I can give you this example. When I was in 1st year, I just created this group for girls, cyber girls, and I wanted to share every opportunity I have with my fellow students. So we used to share every opportunity we have. Maybe like last year we had the ICT like cyber forum last year. I just shared the detail to my fellow and they applied for it. And after, as days goes, by the end of last year, I then just found somebody introduced the topic in that group, like, hey girls, can't we start Kikoba here? Like, some of us won't do anything about cybersecurity. We are like, we can't do anything. Like, we are non-tech savvy and everything. So they just thought that they are not fitting in cybersecurity. So I just came up with an idea. One day we were having a training at a startup center at my college, and they just train us of solving problem of any idea you have its potential. So we came up with starting this startup. We try to create awareness and to non-tech people. Like, there is this group of people that I can say they are undermined. Sometimes we cybersecurity people think that solving the issue of cybersecurity, it needs technical people, but we have those people. We need to train them. We have social engineering, people that have potential, they can be attacked by that thing. So we are trying to educate them. So for INSEC, we help reducing the cyber crime rate, even if it's for small percentage. But we currently have a team of 6 people, all from cybersecurity and computer science. I'm very sure these people after school, if they can't afford paying for the certification, they cannot be hired somewhere, and they will end up doing some harm to the society. So we just give them a room to be busy developing some tools that will help people, that will help to keep the system safe. We hope some days for INSEC will be a home for researchers, for developers and cybersecurity experts that can work together to enhance security. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So if you have any question, you can ask us, especially these young innovators, or if you have any comments or anything to say, I'm acting as a moderator now. You're welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm Esther. I don't have a question really. I just have a comment. I would really like to congratulate all of you. It's quite impressive seeing you up there and trying to present your ideas and share your knowledge. You remind me of myself like 15, 17 years ago. And keep going, guys. Keep on going, and the country, our country needs people like you. So I'm very impressed. Good job, guys.
Thank you, Madam Esther. Another question, a complimentary comment? Yes. Karibu.
Congratulations to the team. Good effort, like Esther has said, keep it up. Just as a part of being in a business community, I would recommend universities or colleges to normally have mentors for such projects. Like even the previous one, the Dodoma one, was quite a good one. It's a good concept. But prior any presentation, if these could have been probably well defined under people who are really developers and they know what they are doing, and they will be able to guide you on a much better concept and the delivery. Being a student, maybe you'll probably on the third or the fourth year, and then it just as a project, and then the second, third year students comes and do it again. So I would recommend the universities or colleges to have mentors to prepare you on this one, and the mentors should be those people who are in the field, people like Esther's or people like developers. We have got some research people there. They will be able to guide you further. So after university, you can pick up the project by yourself too. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Can we have reflection on the presentation? Anyone? Questions or comments?
Thank you. Congratulations for your good presentation. What I can comment there is that we can, for Madam there, CH Master, so what I can suggest for you and your team, I know the IA club team, the cybersecurity one, that you can find a way that you can collaborate with other universities such as UDOM, which we are considered as the big giant in this cybersecurity field, since we are trying to see their movements, their people, such as Peter Limo, that we are much respect that to see that they are making good progress in cyber industry. So I would like to much recommend that you have to find a way that you can join different universities, such as we can come in a single table that we can discuss and we can share knowledge that we could be more better and the way that it can help to share skills between different individuals in cyberspace. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your reflection and comments. We're going to take two more questions, or two last questions or comments from the audience.
Thank you, the team. In front of the madam there, you are with your younger sisters and the brothers there. In fact, what I want to recommend to add for you, you need to mentor them a lot. They have started, and they are soon graduating my young little sister could say, if people are not satisfied, they might harm some systems. Please don't go far as much. But what we see, the community is still running in a such mode. We as Tanzanians, though we are saying that innovation, we are living this in this world of cyberspace or digital platform or digital era, but these young students who are at school, who are in clubs and so forth, you can join the other team from UDOM, UDism, DIT and so forth. You should not be at a zero grazing. Make it exposure. You are trying, keep on trying. Even a younger baby, every little baby starts at crawling, then standing and so on and so. We are going up as the other people or other nations, they have reached at this moment. Thank you very much. Keep on trying. My young boy there, you are good at presentation. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would love to answer that. Thank you. I know it's just a comment, but we are so proud of this little, as you said, little sister. Actually, she's incubated for like 3 months up to now. So she's still new, and we are so proud of her because she has already even partnered with Internet of Things. She did, it was a training on January, if I'm not mistaken, and also a lady there, she's with us less than a month. So you can see they are trying so hard to do a good job. And actually, I love the another comment about the mentors. Thank you so much. Guys, we will come for you. We will. And please receive us. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think we're going to give you 1 minute each to wind up your presentation.
All right, so I'd love to say again, thank you so much for listening to us, but please, we are from IAO State of Accountants, as I said. It's near, it's in Giro, so please, you can come at any time. You can even contact us. I think after this presentation, we'll come for you. Madam Esther Mengi there will come for you, so thank you so much.
Yeah, and for me, I want to say it is time for us Tanzanians to localize our solution to cybersecurity. I think it's time now not to concentrate only on hackathon like CTF or backbound. Like we need to have innovation, like we need to have Tanzanians developing software for security, developing antiviruses, developing everything on our own. I'm currently doing an hackathon for cyber innovation. This hackathon under blockchain technology. So these people are empowering young fellows to develop innovative solutions to combat cybersecurity problems. So I think even instead of we can have, in addition to cyber champion CTF challenges, we can have another platform for people to come up with innovative solution other than like software. Like we can state a problem and people can come up to solve that, and we can have many more startups. Like we can have start from where you are. You're a student. I had this dream since when I was in first year. I said one day I'll be having a cybersecurity company. I'm moving slowly, and I started with training. We are like, this is not enough. I want to do more. So you can start from where you are, and supportive system will be there always if you want.
Okay. I prefer to use Swahili for better understanding. Okay. As I say, I'm a founder of IA Cyber Club. Cyber Club inadili na kubusti wanafunzi vyuoni hasa chuo cha uhasibu Arusha, ambapo inaelezea inaweza kuwasaidia kupractice, kwa sababu darasani sana tunatumia theory, tunafundishwa sana mafunzo ambayo ni theory, but practically wengi hawajui jinsi gani wana practice ama wana apply hiyo cyber security in a real world. So Cyber Club inasaidia kuboost up hizo challenge ambazo zilizopo, and as I told you, pia nilielezea kuhusu hilo swala la kwamba what we have achieved sana ni kuweza kushiriki mashindano ya hapa nchini pamoja na international ya mashindano ambayo yanawapa wanafunzi uwanja wa kuweza kujaribu mifumo mbalimbali ambayo ni visual, as waweze kupractice huko cyber security kuliko kuattack mifumo ya watu bila idhini, ambapo ni swala ambalo linaenda kinyume na sheria. Hivyo basi Cyber Club inaenda kutengeneza wanafunzi ambao tutaenda kuwa next digital generation ama professional in cyber security. So napenda kuinsist dada wenzangu waweze pull up their socks and tuweze kuwa founders wa vitu vingi ambavyo vitaweza kutusaidia katika kujenga Tanzania ambayo itakuwa iko vizuri kwenye masuala ya digital things. So thank you.
Thank you.
In spite of challenges that we face as a startup, especially us as SmartFi technology, dealing with these embedded devices, which is someone kind like mgeni kwa society, because I trying so hard, working so hard from when we start up to here. I can see development, and it's like a simple advice to my fellow colleagues, to my fellow students, like start small, start now. Inaweza kuwa ni ngumu, lakini try. I can see development, and naona mabadiliko. Yes, naongea hivi na maanisha naona mabadiliko. Pale tulipoanza from paka hapa tulipo kuna mabadiliko, and I hope in 5 years we can be somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists and presenters from the Institute of Accountancy Arusha, for your presentation. And once again, thank you so much, delegate, for your active participation. I think this session, the last two sessions, is very important. Now we continue the conversation even after this presentation. Thank you so much. You can go and sit. As we need to network, connecting, and continue the conversation, because that will drive our shared vision for a secure digital future. As you can see in our program, the next session is going to be a panel discussion, but due to most panelists were not unable to attend this forum, so this session is going to be cancelled. Now I would like to welcome the Director General of ICT Commission, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, to deliver the forum resolution and actually having the official closing remark for the 4th Tanzania Cyber Security Forum. Please welcome Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga for the final marks. A round of applause to our DG, please. And Director General for PDPC.
With your permission, I would like first to invite Director General of Personal Data Protection Commission of Tanzania to say a few words before I'll read the resolution and close our forum.
Thank you very much, Director General from ICTC. This is an inspirational one. To become creative and innovative, first of all, you have to be prepared to face the challenge. The way to the success have never been easy. And if it could be easy, even conductor ange declare kwamba na yeye ni msomi. So, challenge are opportunity. And for innovators, young innovators in technology, you have to understand that impossibility does not exist unless you declare yourself that impossibility exists, but it doesn't. When I was doing my PhD, one of the area I was supposed to collect the data in relation to cyber crimes from banks. During the proposal, I was defeated, and it's not easy to get the data because the bank cannot give you the data because of the reputational issue. But still I proceeded, and here I'm a doctor. So it is, don't go with negative attitude. We don't do the research on how do people fail so that we can succeed. But we do the research on how people succeed so that we can modify it and improve and get where you want to go. Never give up. And I'm really very happy to see this conference full of the innovators and creative ideas toward achieving the goal in relation to cyber security as well as in relation to privacy. Thank you very much, Director General, and welcome for your resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Director General, for very few kind remarks that you have given. Director General Dr. Mkilia is a good friend of mine from long time ago, more than, I can say, 20 years ago. We have been together into this, and now we are lucky enough we are working together on that to promote the digital economy of Tanzania. We understand data is everything. Empowering people with their data is the most important thing that will enable to build a robust digital economy of our country. We had 2 days of discussion, comment, questions. I've been very moved by participation of all experts who are here. We have touched on a lot of things, actually, and we've been able to discuss things that will guide us in our digital transformation journey. Our country is in a journey of transforming itself in a very accelerated way. A lot of things are happening. As you can witness from last year, we have made our system to be able to talk to each other. We are working on Jamii number with digital ID number. We did have instant payment system some years ago, the TIPS. So we have all the components which are making digital public infrastructure for our country, and is making our country to be one of the leading countries in the continent in that regard. Now we have the institution which protects your data and empowering you, your data in the digital economy. So all of our discussions have come out with 13 resolutions. So I'll read one and ask you if you agree or you want any improvement so that we can improve, and at the end, this will be the resolution that will guide us, like the way I said, from today to next year, April, where we are going to have Tanzania Cyber Security Forum 2026, which is 15 number. So I'll start with resolution number 1. Promote joint efforts among stakeholders to equip cybersecurity experts with the right tools, training, awareness to leverage the fast emerging cybersecurity landscape. Is this what we discussed? You guys agree? So we are good. Second, promote compliance among practitioners of cybersecurity to improve data governance and security. We are good with that? Excellent. Resolution number 3, strengthening SAT by building resilience across all sectors of economy of Tanzania through enhancing collaboration, increased awareness, and continuous capacity building. Is that okay? Excellent. So we have captured well. Promote availability of data for cybersecurity innovators, data protection practices, and establishing affordable local hosting services. That's what we discussed and agreed? Thank you very much. Audit of IoT application in different sectors of economy. Example, agriculture and other economic activities. We agree with that? We need to start to audit IoT applications? Excellent. Promote a balanced approach between innovation and security, particularly in protecting child online. Promote a balanced approach between digital innovation and security, particularly in protecting children online. Is that okay? Thank you. Review of cybersecurity and child online protection strategies with a view to forward-looking, collaborative, and reflect national commitment to create a safer, more accountable digital environment for all. Is that okay? Are we agree with that? Thank you. Promote creation of job opportunities, building trust, and boosting investor confidence by investing in cybersecurity intelligence, preparedness, and local training certification. We agree with that? Advocate for homegrown cybersecurity solutions through public-private partnership and affordable training to empower youth, promoting emerging startups in cybersecurity space, and strengthening Tanzania resilience in digital space. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Promote industry academia engagement to expose students in the real-world experience of cybersecurity space to enhance their skill, innovation in digital security. Is that okay for students? Yeah. Encourage adoption of local-made apps in public and private sectors to support growth of Tanzanian-made security solutions. Is that okay? Yeah. Create cybersecurity startup ecosystem that provide Tanzania homegrown solutions that address challenges in our digital economy and also abroad. The ecosystem. And lastly, create mentorship program for students project with the cybersecurity industry leaders, the kind of the Esters and other Punjani, to create mentorship program for students. Is that what we agreed? Thank you very much. So these are 13 resolutions that we have agreed, and this is what will take us to the next Cybersecurity Forum, which is going to be hosted next year in April. And when it reaches April, we'll look at each resolution and see what we have achieved and where the challenges are. With this, I thank you once again, first of all, to avail time to come here to share your expertise in cybersecurity. What we have discussed for these 2 days is something that is a learning process for other people who have not been here, but they've been following us online. I think you have seen from the media and journals in Tanzania and the articles which are happening online, the interest of many people is very high. Many people, they understand that cybersecurity is very important in our country. And that is the reason why in our digital transformation guideline of our country, there's a pillar of digital security and trust, of which we are looking at cybersecurity, data protection, and consumer protection. So everything we have been discussing here is very, very important. I would like also to thank our sponsors, UCSAF and European Union, especially the program of twinning, or Digital for Tanzania, for their kind consideration. They've done two things. They have contributed material, and also they brought experts from Europe. This is a project that is going to help a lot of people in the ecosystem, not only in the public sector, but in the private sector. And they'll be bringing experts regularly, and we'll be calling you in different programs that we'll be doing with them together. We are very humble and touched for your kind consideration to support this event. This event is growing as time goes. This is the fourth one, but we started in a very humble way, but now the event is starting to get the international image, and which is very good for us. Again, I thank all the experts, everyone who's been here, the media, the students, who are basically the rock of our country. We know that whenever we see students who are demonstrating the capacity that they want to demonstrate here, it shows that the country has a future, and Tanzania is going to have a digital economy which is really robust. I also thank my colleagues in ICT Commission for making this event a success. You guys have done a great job, and I'm very happy for that. So with these few remarks, I would like to say that the forum is ending today, but the resolution is starting from now. We'll be following up, not only in the ICT Commission, we are the coordinator. So we'll be asking all the institutions, the banks, the private sector, the startups, what are they doing in these 13 resolutions that we have, and then we'll come out with a report next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director General of ICT Commission. Obviously, the forum is now closed. It's only one session, a photo session. So I would like to invite the Director General of PDPC to come in front. Also our presenters. And then you will start having group photos, different group, because I think our podium is not enough. So presenters, and the others, please, if you can join in front and have a seat. And I'll be calling very few small groups, so we can have a photo. Yes. So first photo will be Director General of ICTC and PDVC and all presenters. Jan, if you can sit down. Jan and Dr. Tino, if you can sit down. That's representing the sponsors. So this will be other presenters. Esther, please. Oh, oh, sorry. Okay. So first photo is panelists and presenters. The next photo will be the first and second row, please. Delegate from first and second row.
Thank you for inviting me to your cybersecurity forum for the second time. I'm really honored and I'm really pleased to be here in your beautiful country again.
So make sure you are visible. Make sure you can see the cameraman. We're creating memories. Thank you. I think now we're going to have the next row. Please try to squeeze in all together. Make sure you're seeing the photographer. Thank you. Next row, please. Fanye haraka haraka jamani. The forum has been closed, so. The next row, please get prepared. Maybe you can just move forward and come and wait here. And ICTC staff, management and staff, please get ready. ICTC management and staff, please. Make sure you're visible and you can see the cameraman. Thank you. The last row, please get prepared. Start moving forward, please. Thank you. Last row, please. No, or anyone who has not taken a photo, please come forward for a photo session. Anyone who has not taken a photo is them. ICTC management and staff, please get prepared. Thank you. ICTC, management and staff, it's your turn. Please use this side. Come this side. Use the stairs on the... Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that's the end of our photo session. I would like to remind you, delegates, afternoon tea is ready, so we can continue networking at afternoon tea. Yeah. The afternoon breakfast is served behind the venue. Umezipata zote. Delegates, the afternoon tea is available behind the venue. Na wakaribisha washiriki wote tupate chai ya pamoja ya mchana. Chai iko nyuma, imeandaliwa iko nyuma ya ukumbi hapa. Mani, the afternoon tea is about in the garden. So when you get out to the venue, on your right hand side, in the garden. Chai imeandaliwa iko kwenye bustani pale nje. Naomba wote tujumuike kwa pamoja.
Very important when we find solutions to all these threats of cybersecurity, to take advantage of Tanzanian innovative companies that they have solutions to provide different solutions to different institutions.
Thank you for inviting me to your Cybersecurity Forum for the second time. I'm really honored and I'm really pleased to be here in your beautiful country again.
Very important when we find solutions to all these threats of cybersecurity.
Available on the same link provided yesterday, but if you could not have the opportunity to download the photos, you can scan the QR code on the screen. Picha ziko zinapatikana, picha za mkutano zote zinapatikana. Kwa ambaye hapata nafasi ya kudownload jana, unaweza ukascan QR code kwenye screen na ukapata picha. Lakini vile vile msisahau mnaposhare picha kwenye social media, namba mtag Cyber TZ Forum 2025. Cyber TZ Forum 2025. Msisahau kutag. Please, when you're sharing conference photo online on social media, please ensure you are using our tag hashtag Cyber TZ Forum 2025. Thank you. Attention delegates, please make sure when you are leaving the venue, make sure you take all your belongings. This venue is going to be used with another group in the evening.